Well, good morning, dear colleagues, dear audience. I'm happy to welcome you at the International Financial Congress in our session for the macroprudential policies of the Bank of Russia, new challenges and tools. Last year was the year of a difficult economic crisis, the most difficult one and challenging since the times of the Great Depression. However, the financial sector was resilient and did not require any support, but was also able to support the real sector through restructuring and through the sustainable growth of lending. Why was that possible? That was possible due to the reforms after the global financial crisis of 2008-2009. And during those reforms, we changed the system of regulation. We introduced Basel III, and many of the regulators were also pursuing a macroprudential policy. The Bank of Russia, in previous years, was very active in pursuing its macroprudential policy, in particular limiting the retail lending risks and the FX lending to the companies. In 2019, the regulation of the Bank of Russia was added the debt burden indicator. And the Bank of Russia also put up a premium, macroprudential premium on new unsupported and uncollateralized loans. And due to that, we have accumulated enough buffers in the banking system. During the pandemic, the Bank of Russia was able to release 400 billion rubles in buffers, which was essential to many banks. And some of the banks that were focusing on retail lending, the effect was up to 3 percentage points. However, the buffers were used not only for uncollateralized lending and mortgages, but for other loans as well, for example, for SME loans. Now we see a pickup in the economy, quite a sustainable one, and the growth, accelerated growth in lending. The share of the uncollateralized loans is coming to 20%, but the share of the disbursement loans is already above the pre-pandemic levels. The Bank of Russia, thanks to that, is coming back to the level of the premiums put up before the pandemic for the consumer loans, which are uncollateralized, and for mortgages. The debt burden of the households is still growing, as we can see, and it is important, as we would think, to really support banks with buffers and capital, but it is also important to have a direct impact on the debt burden of the households, because there we can see risks of not only some negative shocks to the banks, but there are also risks to the households themselves in the case of a long-term debt burden. And there might be also risks for the economy as a whole if the bubbles would burst and would also collapse the demand. We do see that buffer accumulation was a good instrument, but they're still risky in terms of bubble formation and risks. And the banks that have good capital can still pursue their risky lending, simply allocating more capital to such a risky business. And hence, the Bank of Russia is in favor of broadening the toolkit, tool set of macroprudential policies to add an instrument which is actively used, the tool that is used in the West, like a macroprudential limit or quantitative limit. It is not that we are going to limit the growth rates. There is something else that we have in mind. We need to limit the share of risky credits in loans and new lending. For example, we see some risks for loans with over 80% debt burden, and there the limits may be, say, 20% of the new loans for such loans. Now, that's draft law, and this is also a part of the mandate of the Central Bank, was introduced into the Parliament, and we're discussing that with the ministries and the markets. And here in this session, we're going to discuss the challenges of macroprudential policy in Russia, and we're going to discuss which of the instruments and tools we can use in response to such challenges. And these are the things that we're going to discuss with our speakers today. today. Here together with me, we have Nikolai Zhuravlev, Deputy Speaker of the Federation Council, in the studio today. On the screen today, we have Alexander Vedyakhin, First Deputy Chairman of Sberbank of Russia. Good morning. Also online with us is John Fell, Deputy Director General for Macroprudential Policy and Financial Stability of ECB. And also with us is Stanislav Beliznyuk, Chairman of the Board of Directors of Tinkoff Bank. And naturally, we do hope that the audience is going to be very proactive in our discussions. And first of all, we would like to perhaps ask a question of principle about the goals of macroprudential policy. Could you please put up the kind of like the pool that we have now? What are the main goals of macroprudential policies? Accumulation of buffers, something that was very important to us during the pandemic. Prevention of bubbles, second option, which is also quite relevant today, or maybe both. Goals are very important and relevant. Please vote, and we would be interested in having the results. But first, I would like to come to our speakers, and perhaps they can share with us their responses and their answers, and what they think about the macroprudential policy objectives, also in the context of the pandemic. Maybe you can start with Nikolai Zhuravlev here. And of course, I took the third option, that both the buffer accumulation and, of course, preventing bubbles, these are the goals that are all important. And macroprudential policy is a set of preventive measures and policies. First of all, against any systemic risks, when some of the financial market players may lose their resilience, and they would then come to the state, to the regulator for assistance, for some help. So, of course, both goals are very important. And if the situation is quite calm in the market, and corporates and financial market players are making some profit, they are, of course, accumulating some buffers. But if there is a storm coming, or is already there, then if there are any negative impacts in the market, of course those buffers will have to be used. The task for the regulator is, of course, to prevent the bubbles. However, not everything depends on the regulator, whether a bubble is going to happen. And the regulator, in this particular case, the Central Bank of Russia, would also play a role when the government, for example, is providing some concessional loans to particular sectors, like, for example, for mortgages. And of course, the position of several ministries and agencies and of the central bank would not coincide all the time. And of course, trying to avoid over-regulation is also of paramount importance. However, when we're talking about accumulating buffers, we need to do that in a very cautious way, without over-exaggerating, and of course we want to avoid any excessive buffers, because that would of course affect the speed of our regulation and the ability of our banks to provide lending to the economy. What can you say about the efficiency of the policy in the context of the pandemic? Then I would say that, of course, the efficiency of your policy and your policy in general should be assessed not during the crisis, but before the crisis, how the regulator is preparing the market to any possible crises. And there I can perhaps rank the policy of the central bank as brilliant, because this is the first serious crisis when our financial institutions did not really suffer from any major institutional losses. They did not require any recapitalization. They did not require any salvation, and we didn't have to really bail in or bail out any of the major players in the market. And this is to the merits of the central bank and to the monetary authorities in general. Moreover, banks and financial institutions not only withstood the crisis, but they were also a key element in saving the other sectors of the economy. This was the main channel for support to the households and to businesses, especially SMEs, and banks themselves also provided some support and restructuring on their programs that sometimes were even more beneficial to the recipients and beneficiaries of various support policies and loan holders. And I think that this is a very good, efficient outcome of the policy of the central bank, also focused on removing any players from the market that are not holistic. And of course, in terms of various other support mechanisms like the tax holidays and subsidized mortgages and also employment support mechanisms, that thanks to the central bank we did see some form of assistance to the financial sector, which was also important universally, and the buffers were released, and coupled with the long-term inflation targeting policy of the central bank and the setting of the policy rate, accordingly, that was also important to support the real sector and the industries of the economy in such challenging times. But the macroprudential policy, by the way, of course, looking forward, well, I mean, we are praising each other, the regulators and the legislators, but it is quite obvious. But we need to somehow avoid any arbitrary decisions in the markets. We want regulation to be the same for banks and for fintech companies, so that it would be quite clear to the microfinancial institutions, banks and creditors and others. And I'm talking about Law 115, the approaches to the calculation of the full value of your loan, etc. This is something for us to really think about for future. Thank you, Nikolai, for your very good assessment of our policy. Let's start with our banks. Let's start with Alexander. How did you answer the questions?
Андреевич, коллеги, добрый день. Я также проголосовал за оба варианта, причем предотвращение пузырей, на мой взгляд, скорее цель, а буфер капитала — это скорее средство. И я тоже считаю, что ЦБ сработал как регулятор очень хорошо в этот кризис, и действительно смогли отменить правильно и вовремя те надбавки, которые мешали, поддержать банки, одновременно поддержать экономику. Это, конечно, и ипотечные кредиты, и потребы, то, о чем тоже говорилось. Но, знаете, вот вопрос, собственно говоря, про пруденциальную, макропруденциальную политику. Я думаю, что макропруденциальная политика же рождалась, когда нам сложно было разделить риски на уровне каждого заемщика. восприимчивы. Поэтому, собственно говоря, наверное, следующий шаг макропруденциальной политики, он будет приближаться к пруденциальной, может быть, наоборот. Ну, то есть, на мой взгляд, вот кризис заставляет нас искать новый уровень баланса между макропрудом и стандартным надзором пруденциальной политикой. И, Лиз, вы, наверное, мне зададите еще вопрос, собственно говоря, про действенность политики ЦБ и про предложение. Я вот как банк хотел бы вас немного покритиковать, пользуясь вот возможностью такой площадки. Ну, собственно говоря, будет здорово, если регулятор еще раз посмотрит на регулирование по кредитованию экспортеров, потому что, ну, в валюте, ну, собственно говоря, у них валютная выручка, мы здесь, на мой взгляд, дуем на воду, и в итоге эти экспортеры идут кредитоваться за рубеж, у банков России скапливается избыточная валютная ликвидность, ну и так далее. То есть это структурное воздействие именно на банки не очень хорошее, при том, что, ну, по большому счету, существенных рисков это не несет. Также хотелось бы еще раз вернуться к теме обоснованности ограничений по сделкам МНД. Сейчас мы после кризиса точно увидим, хотя мы его прошли в целом хорошо, но тем не менее кто-то не справился. Наверняка мы увидим с какой-то небольшой задержкой полгода максимум новые проблемные активы, которые будут выставляться на рынке. И, собственно говоря, обычную часть дает покупатель, другую часть как плечо дает банк. И, собственно говоря, это всегда было таким хорошим инструментом для того, чтобы перераспределять проблемные активы, сокращая задолженность за счет собственного участия. Ну, этот инструмент сейчас стал гораздо более дорогим. Ну и третья история, которую хотелось бы подсветить, она очень новая. Она идет вроде как и не по теме макропруденциального регулирования, но на самом деле по факту является темой макропруденциального регулирования. Это регулирование экосистем. Но вот то, что мы увидели сейчас, это, конечно, существенное влияние на все банки без исключения. Это, вот, по крайней мере, те инструменты, которые лежат сейчас там, они существенным образом уменьшат достаточность капитала всех лидирующих российских банков. Больше того, предложенное регулирование является очень-очень процикличным. В негативном развитии цикла, которое точно произойдет когда-то, мы увидим только ухудшение ситуации для банков, то есть резкое и еще большее увеличение требований к достаточности капитала. Поэтому, собственно говоря, понятно, что до 1.09 есть у всех время это обсудить, но я вот, пользуясь этой площадкой, тоже обращаю внимание и вас, как регулятор, на это, и тоже знаю, что коллеги по цеху над этим работают, потому что тема очень-очень серьезная, особенно для тех, кто развивает эту систему, это будет существенный фактор. Но это, повторюсь, это и макропруденциальная история, и история регулирования экосистем. Спасибо.
Thank you, Alexander, for your ideas. It is actually within my competence, this question of lending to exporters, and we would be looking into that. But the only thing I can comment right now, there's an important point about going through the crisis, whether we had any problems with FX liquidity. Again, importantly, this time we had a very easy situation compared even to other countries like in Europe or in other parts of the world where they had some challenges in the FX liquidity. We, unlike in previous times, managed to really do well with FX liquidity. Perhaps I can also support Alexander about his idea about lending to exporters. It is very important. The companies that mostly have FX revenues, it would be quite harmful to provide them with ruble lending, just like, providing individuals with FX loans who only have revenues and income in rubles. So I think it is an important issue to discuss. Maybe there we need to really have some easier requirements. This is not something that we need to fight at. Perhaps I can also have some feedback from Stanislav.
Ну, я тоже проголосовал за третий вариант,
Indeed, I also
за
took
обе
the
цели.
third option,
Конечно, изначально мне нравится больше подход к предотвращению
pursuing
пузырей,
both
но в
objectives.
действительности
I
нельзя
thought
все
more about
предусмотреть и все
preventing
предугадать,
bubbles, but of
и
course you
поэтому нужно
cannot
использовать
really
такой
foresee
комбинированный
everything, so
подход
we
и
need to have a
формировать
combined
буферы
approach
капитала.
and
Но
really
также
set up
нужно
some
понимать, что это
capital
такая очень, нужно
buffers.
делать это очень аккуратно, потому что
But we do need
накопление
to do
буферов,
that
тем более
in a
значительных
very
буферов,
cautious
ведет
way,
к
because
неэффективности бизнеса.
if you are
И
releasing
в итоге
too many
ведет к
buffers,
торможению
that
развития
might
этого
cause
бизнеса.
some inefficiency
Вот. Но здесь
in
уже много говорили насчет
businesses
действенности институциональной политики Банка России. Но в
stagnation maybe
действительности
as
кризис
well.
показал,
And
что
the
те реформы, которые были
crisis
сделаны,
showed that the
они
reforms
привели к
that
тому, что
had been made
финансовая система пережила кризис достаточно
helped
легко и стабильно.
the
Поэтому я
financial
хотел бы
system
добавить
to go through the
относительно
crisis
подходов.
quite
Какие бывают еще
nicely.
подходы
Now,
по накоплению
other
буферов или
approaches
предотвращению?
are
Я расскажу как бы
to
из нашей
bubble
практики.
prevention and buffer
У
accumulation.
нас все решения
Our
принимаются
practice shows that all
по
decisions
детальному бизнес-плану,
are
ну, как все это
made
делают.
and
Но мы в
informed
нашей модели
by
закладываем достаточно высокую
detailed
ставку дисконтирования,
business
30%.
plans. But we
И
have
что это
a
дает?
high
Это дает то,
discount
что мы
rate of
доходы в будущем
30%, which
очень сильно
means
дисконтируем.
that
И с одной стороны,
we
как
are
бы мы мечтали про
discounting quite
будущее,
heavily our future
это
income
будущее у
and
нас будет
revenue.
дисконтировано.
Our
А с другой стороны, у нас
future
по всем
revenue would be
бизнес-линиям есть достаточно
discounted, but for
запас,
all business lines, otherwise we have
который, ну,
some
такой, это и свой буфер, и
margin,
запас
a
на какие-то
buffer,
там
if you
непредвиденные
like,
ситуации.
that
И на самом
we
деле
can
нас этот
use
подход очень
for any
сильно
emergencies and
выручал, там, сколько
extraordinary
кризис прошло, мы их
situations, and that
переживали.
helped us a lot
Как бы хотел поделиться, что
to
такой
go
еще есть тоже
through all the
альтернативный
different times
взгляд
that we faced in the
через
past. And this is
доходность
an
капитала.
alternative view, an alternative approach to the capital adequacy requirements. Maybe now I'd like to ask John for his opinion. We're not going to ask him about Russia, but in your opinion, how efficient regulators in Europe were? Did they pursue a macroprudential policy, and did this help banks to use the buffers to support the economy and to support their lending programs? And did you identify any opportunities to improve the macroprudential policy in Europe?
Yeah, good morning, Elisabetta. So let me mention that just like the other speakers, I chose the option of both, that macroprudential policy should aim at building resilience and also contributing to containing the build-up of vulnerabilities. There's not much more that I could add to what the other speakers have already said. I could maybe mention that, I mean, there are complementarities and I think there are also trade-offs between those two objectives. So, I mean, the complementarities in, we call it the belt and braces approach to macroprudential policy. So, you know, if you can't contain or if you can't prevent a bubble from building up and bursting, then you have built up resilience to ensure that the financial system can absorb the shock if that bubble were to burst. There are also trade-offs. I mean, if you're good at containing the building up of vulnerabilities, then in principle, it should mean that you don't need to have as much resilience as you would do if you were not very good at containing the build-up of vulnerabilities. And then maybe just one other point as well for us. I mean, we see very much an assignment of macroprudential policies instruments depending on the objectives. So, I mean, we think that capital-based measures tend to be very good at achieving the resilience objective, whereas borrower-based measures, so controls on lending growth, seem to be better at avoiding the building up of vulnerabilities. You asked how effective have through the pandemic in Europe. I mean, maybe I could mention that. So, I mean, going in, I mean, I think you mentioned it in your opening remarks, Elisabetta, that we had a very resilient bank. You had a very resilient banking system. So did we, and that is thanks to all of the efforts of the post-global financial crisis regulatory reform. But on the macroprudential policy side, only 7 euro area countries had actually created counter-cyclical capital buffers before the pandemic. So only 7 had activated the counter-cyclical capital buffer. So on the eve of the pandemic, the counter-cyclical capital buffer actually only accounted for about 0.1% are 10 basis points of risk-weighted assets for the euro area banking system as a whole. So there was really very limited room to release macroprudential capital buffers. In nominal terms, just to put those figures into perspective, the releases of capital buffers after the COVID-19 outbreak accounted for about 20 billion euro. But on the microprudential side, the single supervisory mechanism, which has now become very important in the supervision of banks in the euro area, took significant action, including allowing banks to operate below their Pillar 2 guidance and front-loading new roles on Pillar 2 requirement composition. All in all, that meant that around 120 billion was available for the entire banking system of capital. So the scale was about 6 times what we had on the macroprudential side. But I think another important point is macroprudential policy, microprudential supervision, microprudential action was not operating in a vacuum. We had a number of other policy actions that were being implemented at the same time, and they were very complementary. So I'm thinking of, for example, public loan guarantee programs and other fiscal measures that avoided liquidity problems, particularly for non-financial firms and also households. And I mean, I think overall, all of those policies together were very effective in supporting the credit supply to the real economy and preventing widespread defaults. So we haven't really seen an increase in default rates or indeed non-performing loans in the non-financial sector. You were asking as well about how active European banks capital buffer and other buffers. Well, there has been this release, but so far euro area banks have not really needed to make use of capital buffers, and I think it resonates with what you already said about the Russian banking system. That I mean, the system as a whole still remained profitable. And the euro area aggregate core equity tier 1 ratio, it actually increased since the end of 2019. So it's 0.7 percentage points, so up to around 15.5% core equity tier 1 now. And that's thanks to a number of factors: retained earnings, regulatory relief measures, a rebalancing of portfolios with lower risk weights. And of course, what I mentioned already, direct support to borrowers, which kept insolvency low. So we estimate that all of the fiscal and the prudential measures combined supported core equity tier 1 ratios for the banks, for the banking system as a whole, by around 150 basis points during 2020. About changes, so I mean, I think one thing, I mean, and I think it follows very much from what I've already said. Going into this, we didn't have a lot of releasable capital in the system. So I mean, I think one of the lessons, and if we're thinking about any changes in the future, we think a higher share of releasable macroprudential capital buffers would be desirable. If you have more releasable capital in the system, then the ability of macroprudential policy authorities to react counter-cyclical in the face of severe system-wide shocks would be strengthened. And of course, that would be, I mean, the CCYB was established very much around the whole concept of excessive credit growth. I mean, that wasn't the diagnosis coming from the COVID-19 pandemic. And I think we need to think more broadly about the nature of the shocks that can hit the financial system as well. And again, that would argue for having more releasable capital in the system. But that said, any changes to the framework would need to be coordinated, of course, within the euro area across all of the euro area countries, and it would need to be consistent with general Basel III principles.
Thank you very much, John. We also realized the importance of having these capital buffers. And now I'd like to go back to what we have at the moment. Could you please show us these slides? And I'd like to ask the representatives of the banks who are promoting consumer lending, what do you see in the market? What is the reason for a quick rebound? Here are some of the reasons for growth, the number of borrowers, and the right-hand side you can see the growth in general. So in terms of unsecured loans, the number of active borrowers declined, but the overall value, the envelope, is growing. It means that the indebtedness at the level of each individual borrower is growing. So it means the PTI is growing. So maybe we'll start with Alexander. Is there any reason for concern?
Знаете как?
Start with Bear. Well, you always have reason for concern. You just need to understand what's the probability of that concern being materializing. Well, people take loans because they look into the future, and that growth is dependent on several factors. It means that people now have hope, confidence in the future. People who are insecure about their future will never take out.
Это первое. Второе, проявляется определенный отложенный спрос. Люди во время, когда во время первой и второй волны тратили немного, соответственно, при этом они не обновляли свою бытовую технику, автомобили, поэтому мы видим рост потребительских кредитов. Опять же, мы не видим здесь пузыря, и, в общем, считаем, что ситуация абсолютно контролируема. Всем нашим бакетам, и самым ранним, и самым поздним, и ну, из открытых данных мы видим, что на рынке тоже достаточно все хорошо, и у Станислава, его банки тоже все под контролем,
and other colleagues
но, повторюсь, и мы не видим даже ранних признаков
signs of a worsening, and that makes us happy.
По ипотеке тоже отдельный большой вопрос, на самом деле, но, на мой взгляд,
item on the agenda, but overall,
по-прежнему еще долго.
Mortgage will continue in the next 10 to 15 years, so will be a major driver for the economy and our GDP and huge driver for the banking business. Mortgage accounts for 9% of GDP at the moment, and in developed nations it's more than 50%. Even if we aim at 25%, that could help us to buttress the economy for the next 15 years, and that will be still healthy growth. Again, on mortgage, we always believe that this is the middle plus class, but 1.5 million ruble loan that is affordable and that could help people to buy a one-bedroom apartment somewhere in a Russian region, in a district center or in a regional center. That will require a monthly payment of 12,000 rubles. Well, 12,000 rubles is quite an affordable amount. You can earn that and pay that. The default on the mortgage, again, it's not a disaster, not for an individual, either for an individual or for the bank, because the banks are always happy to restructure, to help out their customers. So it's fine there. And traditionally, the regulator has always been concerned about loans with LTV 80+, with a small initial installment, but our share in our portfolio is down 1.5% versus 2019. So it means that people have more money.
Очень важно по ипотеке тоже средний
срок
18 лет, реальный срок
average maturity is 18 years, 18, but the real maturity is 4.5 years. Just imagine, 4.5 years, and that's a surprising phenomenon. But it's really simple. People first buy first buy an apartment, and then they sell the previous apartment they have, and they pay it off. So it could be a high LTV, but they know that they would sell their previous apartment, and that would cover that. So, and that's done by the between 30 to 50% of the market. This is why we are pretty optimistic on consumer lending and mortgages. What about Stanislav?
Давайте я добавлю. Полностью согласен с Александром, что в текущей ситуации
I agree with Alexander that
риски под контролем.
Risks are under control.
Негативных характеристик по портфелю мы не видим.
No major negative changes could be observed.
Часто кажется, что
Why
идет такой рост активный.
are we seeing this active growth? There are several reasons to it. First,
Для того, что вообще в ковидное время, опять-таки,
in this COVID era, the entire financial system, the regulator, the government and the banks
на отлично.
have really performed in a stellar way. It was a smooth operation, and we managed to avoid any major losses on the borrower side and on the bank side. So it was really nothing to worry about. And it was really amazing to see that we managed to avoid huge volatility, and we had the right buffers that could be releasable buffers that could have helped us to overcome it. The second reason is lower rates. Household expectations for inflation are still very high. Some people still believe it's best to buy an apartment today. And you can see that with cars or with consumer electronics, when there's always movements in prices. And as Alexander said, there you have pent-up demand. People couldn't buy something a year ago, and people expect that the price would go up because it's linked to the US dollars, for example, or to FX. In the case of cars. So it's easier for them to take out a loan right now and buy today and not tomorrow, when the price will be higher. And the third factor is one of the major ones. Current regulation forces the banks and the clients to issue longer-term loans, and longer-term loans, one way or another, increase the value, the total value of the customer. So these are, if we talk about unsecured loans, we need to split the to focus and differentiate maturity, and if it's secured, if it's mortgage, definitely many mortgage loans should be long-term, and you need to look at LTV and other factors. LTV 80 plus is going down, as Alexander said. That's a good sign for the market too. Thank you, that's fine, that's clear, and I'd like to ask Nikolai, so are you seeing any risks for a higher debt burden in the households? Just like our colleagues, I don't see any disaster, any tragedy in level of indebtedness at the moment. Mortgage has made a certain contribution into the level of indebtedness. Nevertheless, currently, the situation is absolutely not critical. In the past 18 months, the Russian president announced a series of initiatives to support households, for families with multiple children, for other categories, for other vulnerable groups. There have been many family benefits that were issued, and these benefits have helped to balance out family household budgets and the PTI ratio. Also, the regulator and the lawmakers have made a lot to keep it under control, to cool it down, to cool down the consumer market since 2013. The central bank have taken a number of measures, and the PTI ratio has been a good addition. The lawmakers have introduced laws to toughen measures in terms of LTV. We introduced a law on microfinancial organizations, on the minimum wage, minimum subsistence level that cannot be lowered. Definitely we need to provide assistance to vulnerable groups, to categories with a high level of indebtedness, and this is kind of a tax on the economy that would force good taxpayers to pay for the bad taxpayers. So the stakes are higher, definitely, if we are seeing a high level of indebtedness. As for this concessional mortgage program, in 2020 that was a huge driver for this particular market and for other adjacent industries, construction and development. That was a huge benefit. And you know what we think about the extension of the concessional mortgage program. We believe that it has to be more targeted, it has to be differentiated between the regions, depending on salaries. So we are on the same page with the central bank. So we will try to recalibrate it going forward. So where do we see the danger? The first danger that we see is that the low initial installment. So you as the regulator need to focus heavily on that, to make sure that first installments would not be funded from other loans. You need to try to identify that, to calculate everything in advance. Second, there are new products. It's a mortgage for furniture and renovation. We don't regulate that, but that also increases the level of indebtedness. Banks have to compete, banks have to issue more loans, but I don't think it's going to be a happy ending. You need to calculate that, you need to differentiate those payments. Why do borrowers take out mortgages? Just to buy new walls, new apartment, or for adjacent costs? Well, we try to use market data, including from the Bureau of Credit History. What about the new bill to provide extra mandate for macroprudential limits that could be issued to the central bank? What do you think about this new bill? I'm positive in this new bill on direct quantitative limits. Why? I believe we need to restrict, to introduce caps on maximum debt for households. You need to have this tool just like many other regulators in other developed nations. And I think we've agreed on consumer loans and mortgage, and we need to take it a step further. We need to expand that mandate. Just a couple of examples. Loans to Russian regions. If you asked me a couple of years ago, is it a good bank that only issues loans to Russian regions? Well, that could be a great bank. But if we replace commercial loans with budget loans, and these banks would have most of these loans prepaid, their business model would incur certain risks. So we need to be careful about such examples. We need to be able to calculate, identify, diagnose such risks, and you have to have the mandate to put restrictions on such activities. So we have John Fell with us. What about other countries? How widespread such measures are widespread in other countries? I mean, macroprudential limits. Can countries use both capital-based measures and macroprudential restrictions? How does this mix work?
So, I mean, as I was saying earlier, when we think that capital-based measures are more effective in securing resilience of the banking system, and the borrower-based measures are more useful in containing excessive credit growth. So in many euro area countries, robust house price and mortgage growth continued throughout the pandemic. And many euro area countries have implemented borrower-based tools for real estate in recent years. And I should mention, and come to your question, some of them have also made use of capital-based measures as well at the same time. There are a couple of countries that have done that, where they have activated the countercyclical capital buffer, for example, and also used borrower-based measures, and indeed also some risk weight measures and so on as well, specifically aimed at containing exuberance in housing markets. Right now, in the euro area, as I said, many countries are seeing robust house price growth. Mortgage loan growth has continued. And this was especially the case in countries that had pre-existing residential real estate vulnerabilities. The European Systemic Risk Board issued warnings for several euro area countries a couple of years ago, and so you can find the countries there. But the divergence between the residential real estate and economic cycles, I guess we're kind of, there is a kind of an interplay between what's happening in residential real estate markets and what's happening in the real economy. And so what you don't want is to activate macroprudential policy measures aimed at containing the building up of vulnerabilities in the housing market, but possibly threatening or jeopardizing the economic recovery that is going on and is still fragile. The divergence between cycles continues to imply downside risks in adverse growth scenarios, especially if, for example, and I was mentioning it earlier as well, the government support measures, if they were scaled back too early, there is a risk that this could cause a problem. It could cause a setback to the real economy. So we're basically recommending that a gradual adjustment of borrower-based measures could be appropriate in countries. So, but by that I mean loan to value, loan to income, and so on. Those kinds of measures, that they could be appropriate in countries where vulnerabilities related to loose lending standards and or indeed excessive household debt continue to build up. And we are monitoring very carefully both residential and indeed commercial real estate markets.
Спасибо большое, Джон. Действительно, мы тоже считаем, что оба.
Thank you very much, John. We both believe, we also believe that a proper mix would be appropriate. And, if we apply too heavy capital-based measures, then some of the activities could shift into microfinancial organizations. So we have to be careful about it. Could you please put up the vote results on the screen? We didn't have too much time to ask the banks what they think about our additional measures, but we'll definitely continue dialogue, and we are in direct contact with the bank in terms of additional measures, and we'll be able to discuss that offline. Please bring up the results of the vote on the screen. So most of the audience voted for the third option. It is important for us, and what the pandemic demonstrated is that it is important to have resilient, strong banks that could support the economy. As everyone said, having releasable buffers is extremely important in supporting lending and real economy. But at the same time, all of the panelists and the audience believe that we need to be able to avoid bubbles and excessive, exorbitant debt burden. It's also a major goal for macroprudential policy, a major goal for the Russian Central Bank, and we'll continue working on that. And in this regard, we believe that a bill to provide extra mandate to the central bank is important, and we need to push it through the parliament so that going forward we can constrain the risks related to the riskiest loans, particularly given the fact that we're seeing the higher share of loans in GDP, And mortgage, so far, definitely has been a very good quality, minimum number of arrears, but provided that we have structural changes, we need to keep the risks on our radar. And this discussion has proven that it's important to discuss both goals. Our session is coming to an end. I'd like to thank both the panelists and the audience for this insightful debate. We've seen new, fresh ideas from all of the participants, and definitely we will be working on all of that.
Добрый день, уважаемые.
Good morning, dear participants in the International Financial Congress, dear colleagues. I'm happy to welcome you all here and to open our session as part of our discussion of strategic risks and new opportunities for the banking sector. First of all, I take the honor to introduce our speakers today.
Петр Олегович, он
Piotr Avin on our screen today.
председатель совета директоров.
He is chairman of the board of directors of Alpha Bank.
Михаил Михайлович,
Mikhail Zadornov,
правление
chairman of the board of Открытие Bank. Sergei Khotimsky, first deputy chairman of the board of directors of Sovcombank, and also one of the shareholders of that bank. And Igor Yasenovets, senior partner of McKinsey. So we have four speakers today, and
это CEO, первый исполнитель.
one is a CEO, an executive officer of the bank. Two people are in charge of not only managing the banking sector, but they are also co-owners and shareholders of banks, which also kind of like shapes their attitudes, and a professional consultant, an expert who has been in the banking sector and in the business of consulting the banking sector for many years. Let me warn you, first of all, my dear colleagues and speakers, that this time of the pandemic dictates some of the peculiarities of our communication and discussion. This is not only about offline and online, but this is also about a time limit. I do not know whether we are going to be able to cover everything, but we are going to have some like blitz interviews and discussions. So please take the floor and share with us your ideas. Now, why are we talking about strategic risks? The banking industry, and banking in the life of one generation. I actually entered this business in the mid-70s of last year, but since then everything has changed. The landscape and the very essence of banking changed. This was not banking as usual in the past. This was more like a professional services sector. Then we had some containment of competition in many countries. Like within the country, you had like walls between the sectors of the economy, but also inside the financial sector, you had the walls and partitions. So there was some ban on the expansion of the business to other geographies, like cities and provinces, etc., to say nothing of some trans-border operations. Then we come to the period of mass-scale deregulation in the second half of the 80s, and the banking has become a prospering business to compete with the other sectors of the economy for the money of investors. The investor money was flowing into the banking sector, which was kind of like a boost and a flourishing time for banking, and shares and stock, even of smaller banks, were sold at a price which was many-fold times higher than the initial price. That was before 1998, with the quite well-known event happening back then. Then the interest of investors actually fell. Now we are selling that stock at 0.5, 0.6%. Times of what you had before. And then you have new competition for clients, not only in terms of pricing, but also in terms of nice packaging of those services. There's a question now, and some of the individual experts are quite pessimistic, some are optimistic, but the question is, what are the prospects for banking and for the banking sector? That's something that we're going to discuss. We would like to share your views, dear speakers, what the future holds for banks in the coming 5 years or 10 years. We're not going any farther in our forecast horizons, but if you're bold enough, please share your views about that far and away
такому вопросу. Причем,
So I will be able to provide you with 3 minutes initially. For each of you, how do you see your bank and the banking sector in general in 5 years, 10 years? Is it going to be the classical lending and credit model, something that we started off with, or is it going to be something else and different? And potentially, what would be the existential challenges and risks to your business, to the investment attractiveness of your business? If banking is a business, then how do you see the future of your business? Piotr, I hope that you can hear me well enough. First of all, I would like to say about this factor of 0.6. That's not really good enough. It's take Tinkoff or even Kaspi. It is not going to be even a 0.6 for some of the institutions. The story is quite telltale and shows you where we are going. Now, we need to really see something new coming up, like partnership. A bank which used to live alone and independent and do everything by itself, but there you need to acquire new skills in 3 areas. First, you need to be able to integrate yourself in various fintech mechanisms, like payment, something that we have known for quite a while, and I thought that lending would be the business of traditional banks, but now you have also some lending engines, and you need to be able to integrate yourselves in the new technologies like fintech. The second area, you need also to apply, take back some of the functions that were not the mandate of banks in the past, and you need to be able to make money on your partners like brokerage, your insurance, etc. And the third is some silent collaboration with the non-financial services, trying to integrate there as well. And if the classical bank today, well, it is quite obvious today that the main functions would be the brand name, which is good for the accumulation, also compliance to collect money, also risk management, because you need to manage your risks. The models are changing, and we are doing a lot, especially in the West, of wholesale lending, where you more or less issue money to the lending mechanisms and platforms that on lend to the end clients. But like payments and simple lending are a thing of the past. Alpha Bank today has 300 partnerships, big and small, and we understand that much of what we could have been doing ourselves, we shouldn't be doing, because we have better partners there. For example, the voice engine of Yandex, it is much better than something that we would have come up with, and we are using our partners. Also in the bank today, we have 100% of costs covered by the risk-free revenue. However, we are also making money on partnerships. If you take Alpha Insurance, it brings more than 20 billion rubles in revenue from insurance. So the bank is an institution which needs to be skillful in building partnerships and an environment and a system. This is the obvious trend. It is changing quite heavily. Many of the institutions disappeared because they did not have the skills that are required today, unlike what you needed to have in the past. Like Uralsib, MDM, Bank of Moscow, these are the banks of the past. Those institutions cannot live in our today's world, and we need to be changing for the future. Thank you, Piotr. I understand that you are quite confident about your future, at least about the future of your bank, under the leadership of such a wise central bank as Bank of Russia. Of course, I'm quite optimistic about my future. Well, thank you for that, Piotr and Mikhail. What about you? Well, thank you for your question. And indeed, I do believe that banks will survive despite even this very deep transformation. They are still around, and we have had doubts in the past. And Piotr actually mentioned that banks would be able to kind of like take on a high share of the market of the various other services, but this is something that we see today. This is already a big part of the revenues, but maybe mostly this is a big part of the liabilities. Now, what is going to happen? I think that we are going to see quite a heavy concentration of the financial sector, not only of the banking sector. The top 10 Russian banks hold almost 90% of the assets in public pension programs. The top 6 non-public pension funds hold 95% of assets. So we are going to see quite heavy concentration of the market, and those who want to survive and to compete, they need to become an omni-channel platform, so where you provide your clients, usually to retail clients and then to corporates in the future, to be able to use any channel of your traditional banking services, but also any related and accompanying services. Not only payments, but it may be education, and it may be your support in your tax commitments and any other services that are required to the small businesses and households, but also that is something that would be required in terms of cost saving to the big corporations. And this is something that you would be getting from the multi-channel institutions like the bank. And there you also need to have some fundamental machine that would be taking risks and would be providing the saving function to households and corporates, but would be making money on various other services like commission fees and the services that would be added to that platform. What is going to change in the next, even not 10 years, but 5 to 7 years, would be that not only the banking services would go away, but also some additional services would go away to be integrated into a multi-channel form, like those ATMs and everything else would be going online into your mobile applications, and we're going to issue more mobile applications in partnership with the companies from the other sectors. Thank you. I think you are more or less on the same tune with Piotr, and nothing extraordinary there, of course, but this is probably the way to go. Sergey, before discussing 5 to 7 years, let's look back a little bit. Out of the 3 banking functions, saving money or keeping money, taking part in settlements, and providing for transactions, banks have been around as professional lenders for thousands of years. They also professionally offer money holding functions for 150 or 200 years, and they have been participating in transactions only some decades. Now, at every point in the history of humanity, the lender must be professional. As soon as any risk would not have the owner, you would have various bad things happening. And that is why we are sticking to the simple idea. We know how to lend, and this is our bread and butter, and we are going to do the same in the coming 5 to 10 years, or even 25 years. We are a young team, and we're not going to change anything drastically. We can do this well. We don't have 300 partnerships because of our size, maybe, but we know how to utilize and invest our capital, whatever it is, and we can also manage our credit risks quite well. We are not seeing anything in the market that may change the situation to us. There will always be better lenders with higher revenue and fewer losses. Any automation or any change in terms of situations would not really cause the disappearance of professional lenders. The past several thousand years actually did prove that. It's like, trying to forecast the future. It is quite difficult, but all our strategies today are about staying and still being the professional lender, something that we can do better than others. In terms of the settlement and payment function, this is something new to the banking sector in general. I don't think that well, I mean, I think that in 10 years, banks would not be taking part in payments and settlements, and in fintech, and also banks are developing their own crypto platforms and their own payment platforms, so they may change the course there. But to us, the mainstay business is something that has been in demand in the past and several thousand years. And yes, of course, the banking sector has been around for several thousand years, although it has transformed a lot. In the past, you had only the Lombard approach with 120 collateral, because of course, your cutlery of silver or gold could have been melted and transformed, or you only provided loans to your close ones, relatives and friends. And now we have a totally different attitude, also in terms of saving money and keeping the money. Well, I mean, even having a bank account, just some time in the past was a sign of being quite wealthy. It all changed, but let's hope that it is going to continue. You do have a young team, and you are a team of co-owners and co-shareholders, and you are not really worried about the multipliers of your business, and we do respect that attitude. But Igor Yasinovets, maybe you can say a few words about that. As an independent expert, maybe you can provide a more independent view than the parties that are immediately involved in the banking business or being a regulator. Maybe I would not agree with Sergei that banking has been with us for long and will continue to be unchanged with us into the future. We do think that banking should expect many changes, depending, of course, on the particular sector of banking. Those subsectors that are about consumer lending and retail banking, those would be replaced by various online platforms, and there banks are going to lose their business there, either to kind of like mandating those businesses to the online platforms or otherwise. It might be different in terms of wealth management, where the role of customer relations will stay, and there banks have a better chance to use its good relations with the customer and using various technological solutions to protect such wealth management business. The third story would be about corporate banking, especially about the largest clients, where banks are going to lose their role in favor of working directly between the corporates in the market. And this is probably changing the value chain that we're going to see. So that future is going to be quite different, but also quite niche. We will be having fewer banks. There was an exhibition with the Kabakos, which was named the future will not take you all on board. And I think that this is something that characterizes banks. Today, banks are losing their monopoly by 30–40% of their potential revenue. It's not that all this revenue would go away completely from banking. Maybe part of this revenue would be delegated to the customers and clients themselves as part of this technological change. Some of that revenue may be redistributed and reallocated between the banks, and most of that would be received and taken on by the banks who are more innovative, but some of that revenue would be taken over by the technological platforms. Two global challenges here: the ability of banks to differentiate and to become different, and the level of digitalization was also trait of being different. Today it is more or less quite commonplace. What banks are going to be different between themselves? Not maybe in pricing and offering some tailored solutions is something that would differ banks, and some banks are lagging behind some of the technological advancements and also the rate of change. Banks today, as we can see, are very much different in their ability to quickly implement and deploy new ideas. Some can do this within 3 or 4 months, others can do that only within 12 months. And this is explained by the different level of competence and investment within the banks. Investment into the architecture and infrastructure. We're also saying that banks are becoming technological companies, yes, but quite often banks are managed by people who are very far from being tech-savvy, and this is going to be another challenge to banks in their competition with the technological environment. Thank you. Well, indeed, so far, our speakers who are working in the banking sector have demonstrated their full confidence in the viability of banking and the banking sector and their banks, which is only the right way to go, of course. I wouldn't expect anything else. And our independent expert, he was more of the opinion of the coming challenges from technological platforms that would not necessarily belong to banks, but to people who might have a banking license and then would take on some of the banking functions and roles. Life is becoming faster today and more technological, and it is not a given fact that all people would be able to adapt quickly to the new technologies. Colleagues, we're going to have a little poll among the audience, but let me take this opportunity to probably take a live poll with you. In your view, what would be the key challenges and dangers, if you like, or maybe surprises or something unexpected to banking? Maybe those would be coming from non-banking community, people who would be going into the banking business from the outside and be part of the new competition, or this might be some unexpected actions and decisions of the banking authorities and regulators, for example, or that may be something else. Say global trends about, say, the green economy, and this may
придет к известным событиям у ваших заемщиков корпоративных, да, которым
change the position and the attitudes of your borrowers, etc. So it's a brief poll for you.
Ну, мне кажется, насчет вызов я уже сказал, мы все это подтверждаем.
As I said, the key challenge for the management, and I'm not part of it, is to move from the top-down approach to management based on partnerships, finding new ones and nurturing partnerships. That's a new model, that's a new approach. And another challenge is regulation. As I said, the landscape will evolve drastically, and those who used to be leaders 10 years ago have been now forgotten. The same applies to regulation. We are seeing regulatory arbitrage. We do have a lot of fintechs who are not subject to that stringent regulation, and they enjoy that leeway. There are different licenses, electronic money in the UK. So this regulatory arbitrage is, for us and for the central bank, a major challenge. Tinkoff is not a systemically important bank, but Raiffeisen is a systemically important bank, but Tinkoff is not. It means that there's been a delay in the decision-making process for the regulator. Ecosystem. The investments of the top 30 banks in non-financial organizations and non-core assets investment funds is 2.4 trillion rubles, 20% of capital. And it's only covered by 15% by regulatory capital. So it's a big question mark what to do with ecosystems. There's a lot of uncertainty. Regulators apply different approaches to regulating ecosystems. We don't want to buy up non-financial services, go on a shopping spree. We have a different strategy. But as for ECG, several committees were set up in the US, and there might be a new add-on introduced in case ECG risks are materialized. Climatic crisis could bring losses for the banks up to 3% of GDP. That's a new challenge. We don't know how to tackle it. So regulatory arbitrage is one, and a new management model is second. Moving from top-down to peer-to-peer partnerships. These are two challenges going forward. Thank you, colleagues. Mikhail Zadarov. I would outline three challenges. First is competition from major IT companies, fintechs. That's kind of our industry-specific disruption. But that's, business as usual competition. There's always competition. We'll have to respond to it. Apple and Amazon had tried to launch their own financial services. They failed, but they will continue. We need to respond to it by providing new customers, new products and services to our customers. Second, it's cybersecurity and cybercrimes. Over the past 2 months, we've seen attacks against one of the major oil pipeline in the US. For almost a month, the healthcare system in Ireland has been struggling IT-wise. So we've seen these attempts. Banks have been historically more protected from such threats, but I would not rule them out. There might be targeted attacks against the banks, not just attempts to defraud people out of the money.
Такого банального ограбления до вытягивания денег у людей – это всегда такой привлекательный.
Banks have always been an appealing asset for criminals, and currently it's becoming increasingly more appealing target for cyber criminals. This is why we need to come up with stronger security systems. We do have some experience in this. And third, unfortunately for the Russian market, we are subject to sanctions, and that's been artificially supported. There's no certainty around it. It's hanging over us like a cloud, and that's a huge challenge. And the sooner it disappears, the easier it will be to compete using ordinary, conventional tools. Yes, thank you. Over to you, Sergey. I fully subscribe to what Mikhail said. The level of uncertainty is extremely high. All the processes, both the technology, politics, and economy-wise, are accelerating. And we are seeing a new environment where agility and adaptability is becoming a key quality. A team that has the expertise and has the agility will win, and it's only people that define everything. Fast to respond to macroeconomic changes, to the regulators' actions, to moves from your competitors are critical. And in this regard, we're seeing more threats, they're very swift, and competition is becoming more exciting because the reward for being agile, for being competitive, is higher. So we're seeing more opportunities in this acceleration because it will kill smaller players and it will reward those who respond in a faster way. Very briefly, two more challenges. First, access to talents. Here in Russia, we have a fundamental deficit of people with new competencies, and the banks are definitely in a fight for these new competencies against other companies and other sectors, and very often the new generation would like to work at Yandex. They don't want to work at a bank, so access to this talent pool will shape success for the banks going forward. That's a huge issue. It's a systemic one. Some try to develop such competencies internally, but it is the challenge number one. Challenge number two, existing legacy banking structures. They're product segment based, and in a way, they put you in a rut, in some kind of stale model. It's old thinking, and the banks will have to rethink the way they're structured. Going forward, they could be split, differentiated by platforms, horizontally, not vertically by segments and product. So that's challenge number two. That will definitely have an impact on the industry. Thank you, colleagues. Now let's change gears. I'll have to ask our audience, and there'll be two questions up for the poll. I'd like our assistants to help us. Number one, do banks need to become ecosystems in the future to be successful? Yes or no? As primitive as that, no third option. And you have 1 minute. So any intuitive response off the top of your mind? Whenever we do these 360 performance sheets or questionnaires, we're always asked to do everything off the top of your mind. Will you put up the poll results on the screen? Yes.
Так, кажется, минута прошла.
So time is up.
Не видно.
No results on the screen.
Я прошу, может быть, наших ассистентов помочь.
I'd like to ask our assistants to help us.
Все ли сработало? У нас еще второй есть вопрос.
We also have a second question, so could we do it
Хорошо.
quickly?
Я могу второй вопрос запустить?
Fine. Can we
Отлично. Второй
run the
вопрос.
second poll?
Это уже не бинарные.
Good.
Так,
We'll have more options.
4 варианта ответа.
So
Итак,
there'll
вопрос.
be 4
Кто может стать
answers.
источником,
Who can become the source of key changes,
дисраптором? Да, вот новое,
what are
локомотивом
known as disruptors
на банковском рынке. И
in the
4
banking sector? 4 options
крупные
here.
банки,
Major banks,
финтехи, бигтехи.
fintechs, big techs.
Третий выбор — государство, регулятор.
Third,
Причем не только
the
российское.
regulator, like the government, and it's not just the Russian.
Мы — это вот глобальное
Very often the
решение.
trendsetters are not
Фарватере его.
here in Russia. We have to follow suit.
Четвертое — это вообще
And fourth,
неизвестные игроки,
some
черные.
unknown players, black swans,
Вот 4 варианта. Тоже выбирайте, пожалуйста, один.
unknowns.
2 минуты голосования. Да, на самом
So
деле,
please choose one option.
давайте 2 минуты дадим.
You have 2 minutes so that everyone has enough time to vote. Thank you.
Ну, пока, чтобы выиграть время, потому что пока
So far, to win some time,
голосов, подведение итогов, это занимает время.
while the votes are being processed,
Действительно,
I'd like to say,
я для себя вот вынес пока из нашего...
I'd like to share some of the key takeaways from this debate.
Самый главный вызов,
The key challenge, regardless of who becomes the source, regardless of who is the disruptor, the biggest challenge is acceleration of all the processes in our life. Life is so fast-paced, technology-wise, climate-wise,
экономический,
politically or economically,
новые навыки,
new skills.
вырабатывать, чтобы себя прокормить, просто выжить.
People just need to adapt very fast to be able to earn a living, and psychologically that's
Прошлые столетия, тысячелетия.
a heavy toll.
Столетиями люди,
For
вот профессия
hundreds of
владельца,
years,
не только
people
она могла, в общем-то,
could
обеспечить
have
хорошее существование,
lived off just one profession.
детям и внукам, там, вот,
You
портной,
could, like
не знаю, часовщик, там, вот он,
a watchmaker, for example,
гончар, там, менялись технологии, но они так вот
a pulp maker.
не так быстро менялись, хватало. Сейчас все это
They could have learned one profession and used it throughout their life and even
ну, пожалуй,
passed it on to the next generation. And that was fine, that was enough.
я могу поделиться.
Now things change very fast, much faster. And regulators are seeing a lot of issues too. What are the basic regulatory principles in any
Они, объединяя в себе,
state are the same?
противоречивыми.
Very often we have contradicting goals. We want stability, predictability,
А у нас такая неопределенность в мире.
but the world is facing uncertainty.
Необременительное было, да, это
It doesn't need to be
участников рынка, чтобы
too much a drag for,
ресурсы тратили,
too much a barrier for the
в деньгах, там, в людях.
industry participants so they don't spend too much resources,
Регулирование
too much time or money.
вызовом времени и потребности.
And it also needs to be up to date. It has to be risk sensitive. It has to be real rather than artificial.
Вот. И противоречия есть.
And there are always contradictions. How can you have stability and predictability while the world is unpredictable?
Надо добиться стабильности.
It's really hard to ensure
Опять же,
predictability.
известный пример.
Everyone wants to cut
В
costs.
формате книжного издания, книги в твердой обложке.
Take
Все базовские документы
hard
и добавить еще тот закон американский, выйдет
hardback
нечто такое огромное, по объему кратно,
documents.
7-8 раз по объему превышающее известный четырехтомник «Войны и мира».
Like if you publish the Dodd-Frank Act, it will be in hardback issue, it will be more than in volume than Leo Tolstoy's War and Peace. Okay, big text, 45%. I hope my eyesight is good enough to see that. So then you have the government, 18% in third, these are unknowns, and major banks are in fourth place. And we have representatives of major banks. You see, you are least expected to be a disruptor. Well, we are after stability and predictability, as you said earlier. That's really exciting. Again, I hope you can see that on your screen. That's really insightful. And as for ecosystems, my first question, could we go back to it?
У нас будет отдельная сессия по экосистемам, да, банковским. Может быть, там они, коллеги, продублируют, либо подстрахуют нас, даже если технически это...
We'll have more sessions, and I hope you can run the same poll there if it wasn't available here. Okay, we'll have a dedicated session on ecosystems.
Коллеги, вопрос этот решат. Ну, я закончу, да, вот.
Okay, I'd like to wrap it up. As I see it, as a regulator, mega regulator,
денежно-кредитной политики,
and a monetary policy authority,
что справиться вот с этими задачами
to be able to rise to that occasion,
предсказуемости развития нашей жизни, удастся нам всем только проявляя гибкость, адаптивность и
we need to be agile.
Постоянный диалог.
We need to strike partnerships. We need to be in close contact with the market participants.
Опять же, за мою долгую жизнь профессиональную, я считаю, что
I've had a long career, and
начиналось вообще с отсутствия диалога.
In my
совершенно иные формы.
tenure, the quality of dialogue has improved, intensified, and I am extremely happy to see that.
Нам, надо будет вместе работать.
But we'll have to continue to work together.
Иначе ничего не получится.
Otherwise, we won't be able to succeed. So I invite you to engage with the central bank, and I'd like to ask all of the panelists to share your expectations. There's one thing I realize: there's a strong demand from the market for these services, and we need to provide to our people, to you as representatives of this industry, is the level playing field, fair competition rules. We don't have that line as part of our law, but we're always guided by that, and there's stronger demand for it. Some of our colleagues talked about regulatory arbitrage. That's also a disruptor.
Накопленных уже вопросов требует.
And there are other issues we will need to work on.
Дальше новые вопросы, которые будут появляться.
There will be definitely new issues emerging. We have 5 minutes left.
Сейчас мы проверим.
And now let's double check.
Сейчас мы проверим, поступили ли вопросы от наших.
Whether we have any questions from the audience.
Вот. Пока я вижу один.
So far, there's just one question.
Могут ли спикеры оценить
влияние
Центробанком регулирования вложений в экосистемы? Я очень рад, что наш, так сказать, вот доклад консультативный что вызывает
proposed regulation of ecosystems. Well, it's really great to see that the report we came up with has been very insightful, but we will have a session on that. So we'll put this question to the next speakers. Mikhail said there will be a strong consolidation of the business in the next 10 to 15 years. Would it mean that there will only be space in the market for the biggest, those who have the biggest resources? That's the next question. So is there room for the good old face-to-face business model, client relationship, small segment, medium segment?
Вот модель бизнеса.
So question on business models, that's number one. And second,
выживаемость банков, ваш прогноз.
Will small banks survive? How many banks will we have in the next 10 years? Does it mean that competition will decline to the detriment of the business community and the households? Very quickly, 2 points. We understand what the regulator means. They don't like to share how many banks there will be, but there's a myth. They say that the smaller banks you have, the lower competition will be, but it's the other way around. The smaller list of banks you have, the tighter the competition. If you want to survive, you have to be strong. So competition is growing. So it doesn't really matter how many banks you have. But you always need to understand that it's only large-scale banks that can afford to adapt and change. But there will be niche players who will focus on specific services or sectors, and they could be pretty successful. And as for the second question, it was raised by Peter Ivan. The role of the regulator is important. We always say the banks have to be agile, but the regulator has to be agile internally too.
Классические банки, или сейчас даже уже финансовые группы, не только со стороны регулятора Центрального банка,
financial groups are always pressurized by the regulator and the government. Like we need to monitor NGO payments or subsidize certain groups of population or certain enterprises. Well, it could be good, but in any case, also financial monitoring. Every mortgage transaction has to be reported and the date has to be accurate, otherwise you'll face a penalty. So we are seeing a lot of burden. But when there are new entrants in the market, there has to be level playing field. You can't demand too much from the banks, but when you have new disruptors, you provide benefits to them. There's disbalance. This is why the government and the central bank has to respond. Take China, Alibaba, Jack Ma, and the new financial service. That was a regulatory issue, right? Not just a business issue. Yes, fair competition, level playing field, going back to it, including for the new entrants from other sectors, from other industries. This is important for us, as I said. I'd like to reiterate this. As for the extra burden, which is not quite core activity for the banking community, the government definitely needs to use the sense of measure, but it's inevitable that you'll have to do this. You have to assume these extra responsibilities. The banking business will be a special kind of business because your role in society is extremely important. You'll be able to use new technology, access to databases, and the consequences of any banks failing is too high. So it's a kind of a conflict or a paradox.
Самостоятельность оперативная независимых банков, независимо от формы собственности, и общественная значимость их.
So you definitely play a huge role in people's lives, and this is why I'll always be on the radar. There needs to be dialogue, but you have to put up with more responsibilities. It's not just the Russian trend. It's like banking secrecy. It doesn't really exist anymore the way we knew it 50 years ago. It simply doesn't exist, particularly given the cyber criminals out there and all the hacks that we've seen. So as you can see, time is coming to an end. Unfortunately, we didn't have too much time to outline our opinion. Nevertheless, I've learned a lot during this discussion,
из этого живого общения и продолжим работу.
and we'll continue working.
Все у нас получится, коллеги.
I know that we will succeed, we will prevail.
Желаю вам новых
Thank you.
интересных сессий.
I wish you to
Уважаемые коллеги,
Well, dear colleagues, I'm happy to welcome you at the International Financial Congress organized by the Bank of Russia and devoted to various aspects of the regulation and development of the financial market. Today we're going to talk about ecosystems and the regulation of the banks and their investments into non-bank assets. They are hype and they're quite risky. This is not an ocean, but this is a big chunk of innovations. Russia issued a consultative paper consisting of two parts. First, about the way ecosystems operate and what regulation is required to avoid any distortions there. And the second part, the second section, was actually released last week, and this is about our today's topic for the session. Alexander Danilov in the studios today, Director of the Banking Supervision Department of the Bank of Russia, the brainmind behind that paper. With us today is James Watson from the rating industry. It would be interesting to hear how the rating agencies assess and estimate such investment. And online with us are two people from the banking sector and the banks that are building their ecosystems. Stanislav Bliznuk, Chairman of the Board of the Tinkoff Bank and First Deputy Chairman of the Executive Board of Sberbank, Lev Hasis. Colleagues, good afternoon to you. And my question is to you. Probably not all of you actually were able to read that document. Maybe you can share with us some of the summary points about that report and why was what was the idea behind that report. Hello, the audience. Hello, colleagues. Still, I would urge you to read through that report, which is available from our website, and there is also a video where I more or less summarize the essence of that report. Now, I would like to really share the concept behind that report. First, we understand that new technologies enrich our lives as clients. They are important, but we also understand that uncontrolled development of ecosystems by banks would create higher risks for creditors and depositors. The key risk is the accumulation in the balance sheets of the banks of the so-called immobilized assets. Those assets that don't have any maturity there, they are quite limited in their liquidity. They are prone to high risk of devaluation, and they don't really produce any stable income. This is also about such investment assets. During startups, some assets are not generating any profit. They may be even loss-making. Some would not repay for themselves after even some time in operation and use, and they have to be written off. And then you need to think about regulation. But how do you do that? In global practice, regulators are quite tight against such assets. They prohibit banks to make such investment. Say in the US, if you take banks that take deposits, there is a direct prohibition on that. In China, this is a higher risk, also a prohibitive measure for the banks. This is economically unfeasible to invest. In Russia, we were thinking whether we can more or less follow some balance. We don't want to really stand in the way of the progress. There's quite a number of innovations there that can be offered to the banks. Our banks are quite innovative, but we also need to reduce the risks for depositors. And one of the flexible options was to find such a balance. The essence is that we are not prohibiting banks to make such investment into the ecosystems. However, we are setting a limit, a threshold there in terms of the capital size. We said like 30% of the capital. That's your ceiling within which you can make such investment, and no more additional requirements. But if they trespass this ceiling, then you'll have to pay up with your capital, that is, with the money of your shareholders, for such a higher investment. And now, if those investments would be profitable with additional profit for the shareholders, then it is okay. But if those investments are loss-making, then it would not be on the burden on the depositors. depositors, but rather the shareholders are assuming that risk. We think that this is quite a fair approach, but 2 points there. First, we suggest that this rule, this ceiling, would cover not only the ecosystem investments, but all immobilized assets like non-core real estate, industry, etc. We don't want to have any arbitration in place. While this is a hype, then everyone is investing into ecosystem. But as soon as you have regulation, banks would be saying, no, this is not an ecosystem, this is like venture financing, etc. We want to avoid that. Second, banks already have quite a lot of those non-core investments into real estate, etc., more than 2 trillion now. And there we would like to find another keyword to that challenge. Second, this ceiling is not static. It depends on the risks of such investment, or rather our tolerance, our appetite to such risks. The more risk is associated with investment, the more requirement you have. We actually want to incentivize banks to sell off any risky assets so that they can free up space for additional investment. So this is the cornerstone. But there is another point there which is important. We also realize that the ecosystems carry additional risks for the banks that develop such ecosystems. And not only when banks are investing themselves, they may be using some partnerships, but we're talking operational risks, because you transmit a lot of data in such transactions. There's a risk of losing customer data. There are some cyber attacks, and there are also support risks. Even if some partners will carry some risks, the banks will have to support the partners, and those risks actually should be covered by the banks by the internal procedures of capital adequacy. And if banks are not adequate in meeting those risks, and if risks are higher than the measures and policies that are used by the banks internally, we would introduce additional capital requirements from 1 to 3%. Now, if we see that banks are becoming quite sizable ecosystems, or rather the ecosystems of those banks is becoming quite sizable, then we can refer to such banks to the systemically significant category, even if in terms of its pure banking business, it is not up to the mark there. Now, if the bank is a systemically important bank already, and if it has a large ecosystem, then we may have some tighter and closer look at the way it operates. These are our approaches and our ideas, but please do read from that report so that you can get some additional information there. Thank you, Alexander. Indeed, that report is quite interesting, and we do need to read through that report so that we can more or less understand the problems behind that report. Sberbank, this is the leader in more or less presenting itself as a leader of an ecosystem, or as an ecosystem. And although Alexander said that he would rather prefer a third way of balancing the interests of creditors, depositors, and investors. Maybe indeed this is quite a risky business for Sberbank. Maybe they should not do that with their balance sheets. The platform in 85%, as some studies show, would not really survive more than 1 year. And although the business model is quite obvious, but to create such a network effect so that everything is more or less like working like as a clockwork, then you need to invest a lot. And banks really have some challenges there. Their capital would not cover the 100% of their investment, but maybe only 15 to 20%. So why would Sberbank need such investment into ecosystems? Sergey and colleagues and esteemed audience of those who are connecting to our session today. Indeed, there are such bans and prohibitions in many countries, but not in all. And that is coming to the first part of your question, why banks in Russia have such an opportunity to invest in such ecosystems. We need to compare apples and apples and speak about regulation. In the US, indeed, banks are not allowed to invest in such, but there is a big difference. Why Russian banks, I think, have and should have such an opportunity. First, the Russian banking market, unlike the US market, is not protected against non-banking players and foreign players. Just remember the story about the US regulators kind of like limiting the large non-banking institutions to engage in banking business. Quite recently, Non-Financial wanted to buy a small company of MoneyGram. It was prohibited to do that, really. And it's hard to imagine for me that in the US, financial regulators would allow Google to buy a bank, or Facebook to buy a bank, or Amazon or TNT would be able to buy a bank. So, of course, the regulators in the US are handling their sectors not only from the point of view of regulations, but from the point of view of making the banking sector attractive to investors. In Russia, the financial regulators and authorities in general are quite tolerant and democratic, like telecoms, fintechs, and etc. And this is the attitude that they are exercising towards those, as well as to the foreign investors. Or take, say, China, and whether they are too liberal in their attitudes to foreign investors. Not the case. Unlike in Russia, we're happy to anyone coming our way. Now, the Bank of Russia, to maximize competition between the players, is also quite a strong player, creating also competitive advantages through law. Take the payment system of MIR or the fast transfers and payment systems. I think that this is only the beginning, and the Bank of Russia is going to be the key disruptor in the Russian financial market. And hence, I think that banks need to think about their long-term strategy. They need to answer the question of how the business is going to look like in 5 or 10 years' time. And whether banks would be prepared to become a backup just for the user interfaces and services in various high-tech platforms or not. And I think that's a big question to the banks who don't want to have such a fate. They need to be able to take care of their future. And also the goals that are declared by the Bank of Russia are the correct ones, of course. There should be some regulation to protect the interests of depositors. There should be some control mechanisms, both prudential and administrative ones. And in Russia, we do have those controls that limit the capacity of banks to invest into the shares of other legal entities. And also differentiating banks and non-banks, I think that we are past that bifurcation, and indeed banks is something that telecoms and fintechs and others have. And to do this only for banks, again, this is going to mean that we are prohibiting the future participation in competition. We are prohibiting the direct contact with the clients. In the countries where tech companies were developing separately from banks, like in China, they quite recently discovered that many payments actually are outside the banking community. Everything is now done to regulate that, to protect the banking system of China against the invaders from the other sectors. investors. And this is something to keep in mind, and such a stronger regulation for banks would limit the financing of such companies and would create some disproportionate advantages to foreign ecosystems in their aspiration and search for an entry into the Russian market. What does this mean to Sberbank? Of course, we are studying the proposals from the Bank of Russia, and we actually read through your report, both Part 1 and Part 2, and we are looking into various ways of how to adapt our strategy and to meet the creativity of the Bank of Russia and to meet the requirements of the regulator. We always want to be in line with those regulators. Of course, you are always in line with the requirements of the regulator, but I should say that the settlement function within the country is something which is the mandate of any central bank, and we want to be really to support our payment systems, and this is normal. Now, if not prohibiting, and if indeed make sure that the banks to survive need to build their ecosystems, then not all those banks can do that. The big tech coming into the market and creating their ecosystems also generate new competition. But who has better chances? Banks with unlimited liquidity because they have access to corporate and households' money, or big tech that from time to time may have good multipliers, but they can also reach exchanges and attract good money. It's not a question about the winner, but who gets this victory cheaper, who has the advantage in the competition. Banks do have a chance, but not a big one, because regulation in Russia is already there to limit the investment of banks into such non-banking assets. So the capacity of banks to make such investments is quite limited. For example, Sberbank currently, and actually from the end of last year, the total volume of such investment into non-financial businesses was only 3% of our capital. And even if we're going to increase that share, we are still talking about, say, one-digit numbers, shares of our capital that we can spend there, because we cannot simply afford any higher investment. Regarding big tech, they do have colossal liquidity resources. If you take the biggest big tech, like Amazon, its capitalization now is about 130% of the Russian GDP. However, Russian tech companies don't have any problems with financing. They have hundreds of billions of free money in their accounts, and they can always float additional shares if they need additional financing to capture a market share. And also, the success of any ecosystem depends on many factors, not only financial and liquidity, but access to technologies and to professionals. And big tech companies who have been doing this business for quite some time, they have accumulated enough experience there. So competition with banks for such resources would be quite an uneasy one. And of course, we, for example, cannot afford working as a loss-making group, while many highly valued big tech can go on for years with using their capital to finance some of their activities, just to make sure that they get a share of the market. Nobody's actually saying that they need to make profit and to pay dividends. We cannot afford that. Also, many of the Russian banks are under sectoral sanctions and cannot really mobilize foreign capital or float our papers among the foreign investors. And the big tech do have such an opportunity. So I would say big techs have broader opportunities to finance their activities compared to banks. Thank you. Indeed, this proves our point that to banks, such investment is not only the question of intentions or desire, but it is rather about the competition with the big tech that have both cultural and financial advantages to banks. Tinkoff, Stanislav, your bank probably is following in the middle of the way. You can get money through investment, but you also have a financial license of a lending institution, and you are building an ecosystem which is more based on partnerships. You are minimizing your capex by creating vendors and suppliers, and you are inviting partners to create a platform where you can also offer the services of third parties. By becoming a systemically important institution as an ecosystem, not as a bank, you then would be referred as a bank to the group of systemically important banks. There's a notion of too big to fail. In the financial market, together with the G20, we more or less converted this into the setting up a category of systemically important banks. But platforms are not bound by such requirements. It is not that it is mandatory for you not to fail because you are big. Now, what Tinkoff thinks about that? Good afternoon, dear colleagues, and thank you, Sergey, for inviting me here. And for the question, I would like to correct you a little bit. We are building our ecosystem indeed, but as part of our financial products, and we have a broad range of our financial products, we are still trying to develop those within our financial platforms. But when you're talking about our lifestyle products, like, cinemas, restaurants, and entertainment, we do think that such should be developed on the basis of partnerships. Why? To really come up with a competitive product, you need to be well versed in such a product. We do have some expertise in financial products, and that's why we are growing. But distracting our attention and resources to develop a broad range of products outside the financial sector is something that we cannot afford. And that is why we prefer to follow the way of partnerships. And this is a win-win situation when we use a partner who is focusing on a particular activity, who would also be providing a good product there, and we are getting some benefit from that, and we are providing additional business to such a partner to scale up the business, I would say. Now, in such a partnership, it is important to make sure that our part in the partner's business would be too big to really cause some difficulties, because we don't want a partner to really depend fully on us, and in case of some difficulties and challenges, we will need to save that partner. We don't have such partners. We do see that our partners have diversified portfolios, and this is the right way. And also partners may have some diversified business, and there we more or less avoid any monopolies, and we also help those businesses to develop. In China, you do have a business that more or less grew too big to capture the full areas of life of people. Now, in terms of being systemically important or significant, we thought that a systemic bank is a major player of the financial market. And any mushrooming ecosystems and those that are being planned to integrate and include them into this category of systemic banks or eco-platforms is premature. It's one thing to declare, announce a platform, it's another one to grow it. So it's a big task to really establish the ecosystem and to draw the attention of clients to the financial product that would be available through such an ecosystem. So, about the systemic nature of ecosystems, you probably should pay attention not only to the balance sheets and or to turnover within that ecosystem. You should probably take a closer look at the growth parameters of the ecosystem. So, if the ecosystem was right and more or less palpating the right products and area and is growing, then it is the right, and maybe it is reaching all those caps that were established some time ago, then it can be recognized as systemic. But now, of course, if they can really achieve above those caps, they can be systemic.
Right, that was one of the items that were looked at in our report. What are the criteria for government to identify whether an ecosystem is systemically important? Definitely we don't want to put on the list everyone. It would be a nightmare. It's one thing to incorporate it into a strategy, and enforcing is quite a different ball game. Definitely we don't want all of the ecosystem operators to be placed on that list. We will be looking at existing ecosystems with financial services, and they will be the hard target. Okay, for example, your customers view you as a super app that gives you a broad range of services, and if they rely on this broad range of services thanks to specific products, so if something happens to this product, if it goes offline, you will have to assist that provider, that vendor, or again, you'll be fine with that step in risk when your assistance would go beyond the partnership framework, and that would force you to to give up that vendor. So will you protect the partners? Will you throw all of your support behind their back? First, we focus on developing and expanding our financial services. We do have a lot of lifestyle services. We will expand their number, but they're not critically important. It doesn't really mean that the clients are with us because of them. We just want them to enjoy the overall customer experience, our integrated services, and the convenience of using all of this in one package. If one of the 50 services will not be provided, okay, we'll try to find an alternative in the market, or we'll just switch this button off, make it grey, until we find a partner who could provide reliable service. So, again, given our model, I don't really see any major risks. Any risks. We are not a major player for the partner. There are no businesses where we're more than 30% of the portfolio. Well, if there's a crisis in that company, in that vendor, it means a systemic crisis, and our financial assistance won't really help to bail them out. They would need to readjust their business model according to the current realities. So, thank you so much for this very specific answer. VTB made a major announcement. Our report would destroy the banking business and is a major barrier in regulating their activities with the customers. Well, what about Sber? What's your stance? Should we assume a broader view, or should we only focus on the core banking activities? What should be our mandate be? Well, the goal is to make sure that the creditors and the investors are protected from investment in fixed assets and ecosystems, from poor decisions in these investments. And the idea itself is a proper one, and I don't think that people who know a thing or two about the economy would be against it, and we do support this. This is a rational good goal. But what is the practical way to achieve this goal? That's a big issue. This is why I think we can refine some of the proposals that were made and streamline them. So the devil in the details. We need to look at the details. And there are a lot of questions related to those details. First, the 30% cap and risk-weighted. For a large number of banks, it's overly aggressive, and most of the banks would only be able to put the fixed assets under this cap. So the ratios that you set would create a lot of issues for the banks. They would be struggling even to support their core banking activities. So they would have to have 100% provisions for these investments rather than keep them as is. We did some preliminary research, some simulation calculations, and for Sberbank in general, if that's adopted as is, we will fit these criteria thanks to our huge capital and to relatively small amounts of investment in ecosystems. But for many other banks, it would be a huge blow to capital. Many banks, including major ones, may be forced to violate capital ratios. Imagine all of the measures were in place right now. The regulatory capital of the entire banking system would be down around by 2.7 trillion rubles, 20 to 21% of the total capital, the total equity of the Russian banking system. This 5-year transition period for many banks will not be sufficient to adapt, or would require a major shift in their business model, lower lending and lower investments in further growth. Now I'd like to go back to some of the ratios. According to the report, if you have arrears, they have a higher ratio as versus investment in the ecosystem, 2 versus 5. So if your bank has some illiquid assets, their coefficient will be 2, and if it's investment in ecosystem, even if it's a flourishing, fast-growing, profitable asset, it will be 5. So it's 2.5 times more profitable for a bank to have a toxic asset on its balance sheet rather than to invest in new technology. That's a paradox. If that new startup has an IPO and is profitable, then the amount of capital deduced from equity will grow, which will be deduced by 5 times and will only be added to by 1 time. That's pretty strange. So you mix everything, apples and oranges, you mix the ecosystem, you mix toxic assets, the essence, the nature of them is different. Fixed assets are not immobilized assets, they are real assets which would bring you money. They are needed to service your customers. As for toxic loans, well, you have traditional prudential regulation. As for investment in technology, you can limit by increasing the capital adequacy ratio by the central bank with all the necessary add-ons. If you believe that what you have today is fine and the rest can be redistributed between the shareholders or could be spent on investment, why invent the wheel? Reinvent the wheel. And As part of existing prudential requirements, the regulator has enough tools to assess the quality of any assets and take regulatory action if needed. So all of these drivers can significantly improve the current proposals. As for SBER, regulation should not disrupt the implementation of our own strategy. It was adopted by the government of Russia, and the shareholders, investors have been supported, and our capitalization went up more than 40%, or more than $40 billion. It's currently almost $100 billion. But if regulation pushes us to make a step back, it could have a significant impact on our shares and their price. 50% plus one shares belonged to the National Welfare Fund. So it's very important for every Russian to make sure that the regulation that would be in place would give enough opportunities for the banks to grow and stay appealing and profitable, including for the shareholders and investors, alongside protecting the banking system. I appreciate your position. Our position and our calculations are different, and we used a different set of data. And again, I'd like to ask my colleague to comment on your counter-arguments. The answer is simple. The coefficients that you currently see in the report and that you referred to, they are preliminary. We just use them for example's sake. Later, we will get feedback from the banks on what assets could be included, how we need to group them in a proper way, and then we will recalibrate this model and this coefficient in a way to reach two goals, twin goals. Regulation needs to be efficient to cut risks for creditors and investors in this short-term horizon, around 5 years. It has to be enforceable, and it has to be realistic, it has to be feasible. We can invent any rules, but if they are not feasible, the purpose will not be achieved. So these are the two goals, the dual goals. So you can use the current coefficients for internal calculations, and that's what we did. We used this tough coefficients for top 30 banks, and we saw that this is feasible within the deadlines that we're referring to. But provided that the banks will not sit idly, just sit on their assets, but will do something with those assets, either sell them to the market or make sure that they use the proceeds to invest further, rather than just sitting on the pile of these startups. So as for your concerns, don't make any rash doomsday conclusions. That's not going to happen, I think, and we don't have any purpose like this. And I'd like to thank you. It's really great that we are on the same page conceptually. Investments do carry a risk, and you support our general approach that we need to regulate them. But how to do it? How to? Well, that's something that we can work together on, and it's really great that you've used some of these specific examples. It's a consultative report. That's the way we branded it, and we really appreciate your feedback, and we do really invite and welcome constructive criticism so that we can recalibrate it with these two goals in mind. Thank you. And now we have the independent arbitrator. The business community is on the one side, in the one camp, the regulators in the other camp, but they will always have these conflict of interest. And rating agencies are somewhere in the middle. Investors don't really like banks at the moment. So this extra benefit of ecosystems, will it help banks to attract new investors? And
And
the improvement of the shares of price of Sberbank is not just because of QE. Is it because of ecosystems too? Well, that's a difficult question, and I'd like to give our overall assessment. There could be three types of investments in ecosystems. First, investment in non-banking but financial activities, like leasing, brokerage. That's obviously complementary to the bank's main products that helps to expand their product suite, to keep their customers loyal. We take a neutral stance, sometimes a positive stance, except if there are no major or excessive credit market risks. On the other extreme, the third group of investment is completely non-financial assets, industrial assets, construction, real estate. Our view is completely different, usually negative, and the severity of this negative stance depends on the riskiness, the risk profile of these investments. And somewhere in the middle we have this ecosystem investment. It's not quite core, but it's complementary in a way to the core banking activities of the banks. So there are four criteria, four components that we use to measure their risk level. First is the size of investment. Second, the way they are structured legally for the banks. Is it loans? Is it equity investment? Third, profitability, rate of return, what are the prospects? And fourth, let's say a more complex one to measure, but nevertheless, it's governance at the bank, the ability to run these new projects. Thank you, that's really great. Now, in a more specific way, with all things equal, the credit rating of a bank that promotes an ecosystem investment and does not do that, which one would you prefer? If a bank can get extra revenue without too many risks, that's really positive. It's really difficult to talk about it here in Russia, partially because of the following. There are abstract ideas, and we have implementation in practice, and it's completely different. Well, you can talk about distracting some of the capital into some startups, and credit investors can suffer, but these are like the academic representation of this. But here in Russia, there are a lot of banks that can lead by example. Sberbank and Tinkoff, they are one of the role models. And Sber's investment is not really high compared with its capital. As for Tinkoff, this business is more significant for the group in general, but it's structured in a way to mitigate the risk for the bank itself. So again, there could be academic debate, and there is more specific practical debate related to specific case studies. Okay, let's say I have one bank and another bank, and if the size of operations, if the volume of operations would grow, would that have an impact on your credit risk assessment? Yes. Are you referring to Sberbank and Tinkoff? Yes. I mean, we switched to these two case studies, calling by the names. As for Sber, has to be really a huge increase in investment to become to make a difference for our overall assessment. As for Tinkoff, yes, their share is a bit higher, but for Tinkoff, it's still a favorable diversification of their business and their risks. And even if there is an increase, it doesn't really automatically mean it would be a negative one for the bank. It could be even positive. Okay, before we move to a Q&A, the final question to you, James. In our report, we raise this issue of immobilized assets. Do you think it's appropriate? Do you think it's timely? Yes, it's appropriate, and it's the Basel Committee might use different terminology, use different language, but they still focus on it. It is important. And as Alexander said, you need to fine-tune the system in a proper way to limit the risks, but not too much, not to stifle growth. Thank you. I have two questions from the audience to our panelists. Third-party financial services, will they be included in your ecosystems? Or if maybe Tinkoff and Sberbank would provide access only to their own product range? Sber, you are first. We had a conference on smart market. It's an open platform, and any participant can use that platform regardless of their product or skills. Any competitors are welcome. We believe it is the right way forward. There are clients who get service from more than one bank. Why create a problem for them? On the contrary, we would like to provide more services, including third-party services within our ecosystem. So we're quite tolerant. As for our branded channels, it would be quite strange. You won't find an example like this. Take Apple Store. I mean, they are brick-and-mortar stores. You'll hardly see a Samsung phone there. But in App Store, you do have some competing, I mean, the virtual one, you do see some competitors. So we'll use this smart market, we'll use this smart app to promote competitor services. So what's the goal? What's the goal of coming up with this ecosystem of lifestyle services? Why do big techs have such huge capitalization? That's a growth story. Monetization is on the back burner. You first need to grow your base, and you need to have the expertise to do that. So we invest in ecosystems. We invest in VC, but monetization is not that important right now. Our idea is to increase the loyalty of customers and the frequency of the use of our services so that they can use our financial services. We've discussed that at length, what kind of ratings we'll have if a company invests in ecosystems. But we should not overlook the fact that if that service is appropriately integrated in the service, then the loyalty of a person, of intent, of an individual to the financial service, the retention rate is up, and the soundness of the financial service is improving. Going back to your question, could we have third-party financial products? Yes, it is possible. We had examples like this. We even have a similar story with Sber. our insurance products could be purchased at Sber insurance platform. That's a good case study. We give a convenient way for our client to get our product. If Sber is a good platform for them, okay, we're fine with that. And my final question from the audience, according to the preliminary assessment, regulatory capital would go down by 20%. That's Sber's assessment. What is CBR's assessment? I'd like to ask you to do that, and maybe you can wrap it up. We have 1.5 minutes left. Well, we didn't calculate that. We just measured whether the system can, within this 5 years, comply with the new regulations by taking certain action, definitely. We believed that they'll have to offload some of their assets by selling off and make new investment.
У нас получается, что по топ-30 мы делали, что это выполнение.
So we did that for top 30, and we believe that's still possible, and there won't be a big impact on capitalization.
Поэтому вот еще раз никакого такого там апокалиптического сценария.
So again, we don't see any apocalypse there. Colleagues, thank you very much. We are within 50 minutes. The report on the road to the consultations is open and was open last Wednesday. So please do read from the report and
Добрый день.
Good afternoon. I welcome all those who are listening and watching us today, and we're discussing today the project financing and mortgages, and I will be assisted here by our speakers online with Mr. Anatoly Popov, Deputy Chairman of the Executive Board of Sberbank. We should also have Artem Fedorko, Deputy Director General of Dom.rf. And today, in the studios today, with me is Dmitry Timofeyev, Vice President of PIK Specialized Home Builder, and Anatoly Pechatnikov, Deputy President and Chairman of the Board of VTB Bank. Let us open our discussion, but first of all I would like to say that the last 2 years the very topic of project financing has been in the focus of public interest, and the banking financing has become one of the key factors of the development of housing, and banks have become one of the key players there, because banks are providing loans to developers and builders to support growing demand, and also are supporting such demand through mortgages. Let me remind you that the reform of this project financing transition began a few years back, and the key task back then was to protect the interests of our people, those who were purchasing housing through various collective investment schemes. And we introduced escrow accounts where people are putting their money for their future housing, and such escrow accounts can only be opened with authorized banks with high credit ratings, and moreover such accounts are part of the deposit insurance schemes, and the balances on those accounts are all insured to the amount of up to 10 million rubles. And we also needed to provide some stable financing of housing construction. We prepared some illustration of the way project financing looks like and the key parameters there. If you can see those on the screen, as you can see, from the start of the national project of housing and urban living, we have seen all those parameters growing. Today, the indebtedness of developers for the loans provided is 1.5 trillion, but the credit limits opened by banks and the ability of banks to provide loans to developers is already above 3 trillion. The balances of escrow accounts is 2 trillion rubles and more now, and this means that people do trust this new scheme, this new mechanism of housing construction financing. Unlike with the previous scheme, where we faced a very complicated social issue of people being cheated from their money and housing. I should say that the growth of mortgages was heavily supported by a concessional mortgages program, the so-called program 6.5, which was launched in 2020, so that during the pandemic it can support the demand for housing. And today, during our session, we are going to discuss the outcome of this reform. We will discuss how the risks were reallocated between developers, banks, buyers of housing. And the important point on the agenda is whether we face the danger of bubbles in this housing market. We can also assess the prospects for the housing market and the mortgages market. But let me first ask a question to our audience. We do have two questions to our audience. And the first question to the audience is who benefited the most from the introduction of the project finance mechanism in the housing market, banks developers or buyers, or maybe it was a win-win situation for all three parties? And second question, please assess the significance of the key factors of affordability of housing, income of the households, the cost of housing, and the mortgage rate. I should say that we can provide up to 10 minutes for the voting, and then we can see the results of such voting in the end of our session. And the first question I would like to ask of would be the only representative of the developers. Dmitry, your company is among the leaders in the residential real estate construction, and this is partly the reason why you were allowed a gradual transition to project financing. Now, of course, we can summarize the outcome of this program and recalling those fears and concerns of yourselves and many other developers at the start of this program. I would like to ask you, what, in your opinion, are the pros and cons, and what else needs to be done to boost the housing construction market and the project financing? Well, not to provide you with some, empty notions and words, I wanted to come up with some numbers. Indeed, when we transitioned to project financing, we more or less received a compliance certificate to the amount of 6.5 million square meters of housing if we did not use the escrow accounts. Now, if you take our plans of commissioning and sales this year using the old scheme, that is without the escrow accounts, we only sell about 1/5 of the total floor space commissioned. 2.5 million square meters would be sold through escrow accounts. Well, I mean, this is indeed the best answer as to how developers and our companies see the escrow mechanism. Indeed, there have been quite a number of concerns about this transition to project financing, but if you take a look back, then all those concerns were more or less reasoned by the need to avoid any stop in construction. And we needed to come up with a solution to those so that it would not affect the rate of construction or the quality of construction, or would not deprive our market of some new offerings of housing. Of course, much has been done by the Bank of Russia. I don't remember exactly, but I think it was like 590 various regulations that were improved, and I know that you are also getting some feedback from the developers. And the Ministry of Construction of Russia, Minstroy, also issued 6 or 7 clarifications and explanations about our life under new rules, especially that story when you already have projects that are financed in parallel by special accounts and escrow accounts. And we had such a similar experience then, and we had some concerns there, of course. Now, where we are now, and what I think about the future, then I would say that any reform, especially regulatory reform, would go through its first, second, and third phases of life and culminate in rules being stable and financial services reformatted to work better with the banks. Experiences accumulated, but there are always some things that you cannot foresee
при планировании и при ходе реформ, как минимум, просто
you are planning a project, while you are planning a reform. But given the focus of reform, those things were not the priority issues. However, now we can take those up. It's an open secret now that we are facing the need today to increase new offerings on the housing market. The rate of construction should not be going down, and we actually need to grow, all the more so since we have some targets for the national construction program in place. There are some mechanisms that can be fine-tuned, and if done, then those can produce even more benefit and boost the use of escrow accounts throughout the country. We think that it is important to continue our discussion and find a solution to the launch of the refinancing mechanism, because we do have Law 214, federal law, where this mechanism is described. But the thing is that the loans are provided by the bank, which holds the deposit where the escrow account that the deposit actually opened, then the financing mechanism might be quite limited. And of course, there are some many hidden questions about how this may affect the cost of lending, but this is something to be discussed, and practice would really show and establish whether such a mechanism would be in great demand. From the point of view of expanding the range of banks that might be quite proactive in this business, this is important, and the more banks you have in this business, the more competition you have, and the better, and then the cost might be going down because of the broader competition and a higher number of banks involved. The most important thing is that it would also provide a solution to the issue that we think is becoming more and more evident, and this is the issue of more or less being over-lended, and those developers are getting more and more loans from the same bank. But this would prevent that situation, and any developer, big or medium or small, would have to hold the new offers on the housing market because of the inability to take more loans and the incorrect estimation of the risks. And of course, the alternative to refinancing would be more or less some premium on the lending mechanisms. I do remember that Dom.RF actually offered to come up with sort of like a sponsorship mechanism to the investors, and if that is more or less well calibrated, then it would remove the problem of bad faith developers. That's what I think. Thank you, Dmitry, and what I heard from you is something that supports my thinking that in the last 2 years this industry has become such well established that that developers are already recalling some bank regulations and various resolutions and rules of the bank, and maybe some day would come when they would be able to actually calculate for themselves their compliance with those requirements. And indeed, we heard from one of the largest developers there, and now I would like to ask the largest bank to provide some thoughts on that. But mind though that the concentration of the construction sector in the banking sector is quite high. But the more banks, as Dmitry said, the better. But I should say that the key factor here in providing loans to developers is capital adequacy and the ability of banks banks and the knowledge of banks to work with the construction industry. In terms of concentration, 80% of the total project finance market for housing construction is concentrated in 3 banks, and the leading position there is, of course, taken by Sber, which has the share in the segment of financing and balances of escrow accounts of more than 50%. Anatoly, I have a question to you.
Как вы охарактеризуете на сегодняшний день состояние проектного финансирования?
How do you see project financing in this market? Would you agree with the position of Dmitry regarding those risks and the potential for the developing of project financing? Do you see any serious risks for Sberbank in terms of its dominance in this market? Olga and colleagues, good afternoon. Good afternoon. Thank you for the opportunity to speak. Let me show some slides. I hope that you can see those. And the reform is fundamental. It's the most important outcome of that reform is that we more or less had a victory on those cheated investors problem. And indeed, overall, Sberbank has 15 trillion rubles in that market, and we invested heavily in some real estate with a share in the portfolio of over 1 trillion rubles. And of course, we do see some growth. We are completing our mechanism, our projects that were not using the escrow accounts mechanism. But importantly, we don't have any overdue debts and arrears there. It's important to understand that there are some peculiarities about the refinancing there. Perhaps I would provide more thoughts later. But let's recall the past and the way how the sector was operating, how housing construction was operating. Of course, in the capital city, in Moscow, where the profitability of developers is a bit higher than in the provinces, that industry, that sector was more stable. However, of course, you can face various economic rises and falls during your project, also in times of economic crises, when the developers who were financing their projects with the investors, with the private investors' money, had to really drop the prices to provide some discounts of 25, 30, 40% of the price of the housing, and thus more or less subject the economics of the project to serious risks and try to resolve those challenges with the help of some other projects. We had a number of those pyramids in the past, and many of them failed. Now, with our 50% share in the market, we don't see a problem, because unlike with the previous financing mechanisms, where the bank was financing the project, and as a collateral it could have ended up with some incomplete construction. Now the bank is quite confident that the project is going to be implemented, and even in the worst case scenario, the bank would be left with some unsold apartments. Of course, this might be a serious challenge, given the period it takes to sell those apartments, but it is still better than having just an open pit instead of a finished building. And indeed, we had such exposures before. The reform is quite significant, and it was thanks to very close contacts between the construction community and the Bank of Russia And we have had more than 10 sectoral panel sessions, also in the provinces, together with the Bank of Russia and the Ministry of Construction of Russia. Thank you for this effort, and the outcome of this effort is quite visible today. It is important that they actually alleviated any concerns from the people who wanted to buy some housing. The people are happy to take loans, to take mortgages, and to buy the housing. Regarding the issue of financing, refinancing, phased release of escrow accounts, this is something that the community is talking about. But let's kind of give it a thought and probably find a solution. We think that those initiatives have more minuses than pluses. And now, if you're talking about the gradual phased release of the money from the escrow accounts, the developers can be getting parts of those monies before the project is complete, then of course it depends on the interest rate for the escrow accounts. It's something that is used to finance the maintenance of those accounts, and then of course the developers will have to add some safeguard rate, 0.5% or 1% on top of the interest rate for the escrow accounts if partially money from those accounts would be released in a phased way. And so we take the escrow accounts, then most of the developers are getting their loans at minimal rates, which are even much less than the policy rate. Now, we do have a coverage of 110%. Now, if it is like a 200% coverage, then the interest rate could be 0.1%. Because of that, the time for construction is minimized now. Now, remember the past. In the past, developers had some challenges in selling the apartments, and then, of course, you have a standstill there in the construction project. All your cranes were standing still, and now, if the escrow accounts are going to be released like 2 or 3 months before the completion of the project, and then you would be taking another 10 months to more or less provide the apartment to the investor. But even the fact that you have a stable source of financing, which depends not on your ability to build, but rather on your skills, then of course you need to be thinking about how those projects are going to be financed if you take a 10-month horizon. For concessional mortgages, of course, it is there to incentivize housing construction, and the 6.5% of rates, this is there. But more or less, the rate of putting money into the escrow accounts and the rate of construction more or less minimize the effect of the concessional mortgages. Refinancing, again, coming back to the fact that the life cycle of a loan is 3 to 4 years. The construction period takes from 1 to 2 years. Some big developers are actually even faster than that. So the commissioning time for new housing projects is down by 25%. So when a developer is taking a project financing for a project, then need to be thinking how it is going to be financed. Now, if it is like 18 months, say some competition environment changed, you have more or less, I don't know, cheaper money in the market, but before you complete your construction, like maybe it's only 9 to 10 months before the completion of the construction, you might be facing some changes. Well, if you take an escrow account agent, then the bank will have to be looking for new investors. Usually, you would be selling half of the project before release, and then the 50% of the investors you will have to find more or less manually. This is quite serious work, and 2 or 3 people who would not be reaching there, and you will have to cover the underfinanced amounts. And of course, you always discuss the economically positive cycle with the rates going out and with the refinancing then possible now. From the point of view of macro-financial situation, we see the interest rates going up because of the higher inflation. And of course, in such a situation, any discussions of refinancing might not be very popular because the rates, the initial rates of the loans issued a year or half a year ago are more feasible.
In other words, we do not support the initiative, either the partial release of the escrow accounts or the refinancing of the loans, because they're too short-term.
Anatoly Leonidovich, спасибо.
Thank you so much for this extensive reply.
Я соглашусь вот с теми рисками, которые в отношении механизма рефинансирования
list of the risks that you mentioned. However, we also need to think how to balance out the interests of all these stakeholders. Remember, just before we switched to project financing, we worked together with you, we tried to figure out what the risk would be to ensure efficient interaction, not just at the very start, but later on. And that yielded some positive results, and the figures you cited is further evidence. Indeed, we need to think about the refinancing mechanism. However, it won't help to decrease the debt burden. Maximum risk for one borrower on the balance sheet of one bank will go down. Sorry, not borrower, but the developer. And as the bank is reviewing the application from the developer, the bank would also review the debt burden of that particular developer. And one of the stakeholders has been DOM.RF, or development institution. You, as representative of the single development institution, what's your view on mortgage and other mechanisms? There is the surety program that was launched at the very beginning, and the central bank introduced changes into its regulations. The risk weight for these loans was decreased. Those that have this surety by DOM.RF. And also the national project has some goals set for individual housing. No major progress has been reported.
Скажите, пожалуйста, вот что, по вашему мнению, может...
What are the barriers and what can help to stimulate the growth of individual housing? Thank you so much, colleagues. These are excellent questions. You gave a very accurate definition of what we're seeing right now in construction. So far, the focus is on multi-story housing construction, and our assessment of the reform has been extremely positive. Who's been the winner? I believe it's a win-win process. Both the investors that get a safe way to purchase an apartment and the banks. That opened up a huge business opportunity for them. They have big portfolios and developers. They now have a stable mechanism of financing and mechanisms for buying land plots too. I've got some slides. Could you please put them up? I've got some of the figures to show you. The reform has been very successful. Developers enjoy a very good rate, 3 to 4% That's an average across the industry. There are more than 2 trillion rubles on escrow accounts, and projects are financing funds are more or less the same amount. Most of the developers have switched to it, and by the end of the year, less than 15% will be built according to the old rules. So the transition has been pretty smooth. And I'm sure all of the stakeholders have been equally benefiting from it. Half of housing, 80 million square meters. That's what we're seeing today. And again, for multi-story apartments, for block of lands, we now use escrow accounts, but for private housing, that mechanism has not been very successful. I know that most people would like to live in their own houses. The demand is there, but it's still not in place. There are many reasons. We've discussed it with you, with the developers, and there are solutions. We'd like to introduce a series of measures to make individual housing a new big segment for the banks and to provide affordable products for the people. First, these will be new mortgage programs supported by the government exclusively for individual housing. Just recently, the government adopted a decision to extend mortgage for families with a lot of children, and that will bring in new segments of our people. That's a very appropriate solution. We believe that all the mortgage programs that have been subsidized by the state will be extended to individual housing. That's the trend that we're seeing today. Liquidity and standardization are the key 2 factors. That is critical to provide a clear-cut, safe tool for the banks so that they have the collateral they need. And we need to provide more standards here. We launched a major contest that will run for the entire second half of this year, and this is the standard project competition that applies to construction materials that would be universal for any climate condition, so that people could choose the standard templates and the banks would find it easier to assess the collateral. So this is some systemic work that we are engaged in. Individual housing could be different. It could be big projects. It could be projects on greenfield, brownfield. So there will be some differentiated approach. Project financing mechanism, the escrow mechanism, would definitely have to be applied to individual housing, housing for new small towns, and we will come up with such a project, such a proposal, together with the Ministry of Construction. We will put it up for a public debate. We need to upscale project financing, and we also need to extend it to private housing. It will yield the same benefits as it did for multi-story apartment, multi-story buildings. And there are the issues providing the right infrastructure, finding the right land plots. We've been working together with the Ministry of Construction, with the government, with the central bank, We'll continue to work on it together. And finally, this is a huge segment. Half of housing is individual housing, so we need to provide more loans to this segment. Currently, it's at a low level, and that's a huge window of opportunity for construction companies, for banks, and that's a great window of opportunity so that our people can enjoy high living standards. Thank you so much. Definitely, we'll be waiting for the changes in legislation. The current project financing mechanism needs to be extended to individual housing construction. That would help to make sure we have more gated communities, more houses, beautiful houses out there in the countryside, a convenient living space for our people. Now, VTB is one of the leaders in project financing and in mortgage lending. I think you were the first during the pandemic to provide remote loans, remote mortgage, and I think you've been quite successful. The level of risk has not increased. Can you share the recipe for success? What role does this mechanism play in promoting the housing sector? Talking of the sector in general, that's had a huge difference. We build for people. We work to improve their living standards. So the key stakeholder in this market is the consumer. So we find a way to meet their demand in the form of mortgages, or subsidized in the first installment, or subsidies to the banks to lower the interest rate. Whatever we find, all of these solutions help to increase the number of houses that are built by our developers, distinguished developers. Now, what we're seeing today is that 4/5 of the transactions in this market are done using loan support from the consumers. And the same project, the same mechanism is not that widely used in individual housing. This is why we need the same reform in individual housing. We can apply the same regulation to make this market mature. Mortgage and government support for mortgage would be the key drivers for growth. I'm sure the colleagues would agree with me. This and the previous years, despite the pandemic restrictions, will be remembered by more than 20% increase. I know that the regulators are concerned, but for mortgage, this is sound growth that is not accompanied by any bubbles, as you'd like to refer to them, and is characterized by very moderate risk. So I think this is the right step forward, this is the right move. Thank you. Well, that's the job of the regulator. It has this worrying job. They will always need to have a more conservative approach versus the banks that provide those loans. And have a goal to earn money, to make it profitable. I'd like to use this opportunity to say a few points more. The government, as I said, needs to play a role And we need to talk about that. Currently, we have 4 major nationwide programs. I don't want to mention the names, you're aware of them, and more than 100 regional programs that rely on regional authorities and regional budgets.
На поддержку определенных категорий своих жителей, своих местных жителей. Да, это могут быть и...
This could be support for teachers, young scientists, young families.
Но проблема сейчас состоит в том, что...
But here's the problem. You need to align the needs of a region and of one particular borrower in one product. Usually, these two needs don't match, and our competitors have to choose either to choose the regional budget program or the federal subsidy program. So the DOM.RF, as in the development institution, can consolidate everything, realign the federal and regional budget capacity to make sure that it can provide targeted support and provide targeted benefits to individuals. This is a very important job, and I hope that DOM.RF would help our individuals or citizens to sort it out. Operationally, it's really difficult to do it. Imagine we've got a staff member in Novosibirsk, and that person needs to be aware of all the requirements to the type of the housing that is purchased, the social demographic qualities of that family, of that person. So they need to keep so much stuff in their heads, and I think you can centralize it. And there is the practice of pre-approved products for people. So it would be really great if every Russian citizen could have information about the available benefits, including for mortgage. That's a wish. I fully agree with you. That's what we've been doing. Thank you for bringing it up. Thank you for giving us some tips. Yes, we'll be working on that together. Thank you. Thank you so much. Well, indeed, that's some specific feedback to make sure that a mortgage is more affordable, and that we will also raise awareness among our people about the benefits that they can enjoy. As a follow-up to concessional mortgage, 2020 was the year when 6.5% that concessional interest rate was introduced to drive demand during the pandemic for housing, and at the beginning of the program, it's been successful. It supported demand, it supported developers. Developers didn't lose the revenue that they could have lost if there had been no demand. But at the end of the year, we saw the reverse effect. Significant price increase in many regions, and that had an impact on the affordability of housing in a negative way, as we believe it. Now, here's a question to all the panelists. Anatoly, first to you. A decision has been already almost made to modify this 6.5 program. There will be more opportunities for families with children, and families even with one child that was born after 2017. They will be eligible for a concessional mortgage. There have been some changes in terms of the cap, and there will be priority regions identified. What's your take on this? What's your take on concessional mortgage in general? And what about the modifications that have been suggested? What are the pros and cons? Briefly, if you don't mind. Thank you.
Конечно, нельзя назвать эту программу
очень своевременный и очень удачный.
I don't think it's been a 100% successful program. We remember the market was frozen. We all remember the sentiment in the market at that point. Obviously, the program did play its role, did make a difference, supported demand, and that was a happy coincidence of this reform and the mortgage program, and that provided the right synergy and boosted the mortgage market. And in the short term, it led to an increase in prices. But let's also look at the commodity markets. Let's look at what happened to the exchange rate of the Russian ruble. It also had an impact. I believe the program did play its role. It could be adapted along the terms that you referred to. And second, we now have a kind of a cushion, a buffer of additional liquidity for developers, and that leads to new projects. The amount of housing commissioned is increasing, and I hope that at a certain point supply and demand will be rebalanced. Thank you. We're pretty much limited in time. Could we now have a look at the results of the poll that we launched at the beginning? Who is the key winner from project financing mechanism using escrow accounts? We heard some of the replies. Mr. Fedorkov said that there's been a win-win for everyone. And according to our poll, that's indeed been the case. I fully agree. It's been a win-win for everyone. And the second question was, we asked you to assess the importance of all the factors for the bigger affordability of housing. It's the high incomes, low interest rates, and here 51% of the polled respondents said that it's the growing income that was the key driver for the success of this program. And finally, I'd like to thank the speakers. Wish you success in achieving the indicators that you set for yourself. That applies to the banking sector, construction sector, which has ambitious plans. According to the national project, 120 million square meters will have to be built by 2024. Right? Yes, 2024. These are ambitious goals indeed. I hope the synergy we've managed to achieve at the beginning of this program, this reform, and throughout it will carry on. And the goals of the national project are noble ones indeed. We need to provide a comfortable living for our people so that they could live in good houses, and I hope that these goals will be achieved. Thank you once again to all the speakers, and stay safe and take care. Thank you.
Добрый день, уважаемые коллеги.
Good afternoon, dear colleagues, ladies and gentlemen. Welcome to the session which is devoted to bank regulation and the way it is going to look like in the future. My name is Alexey Labanov. I'm in charge of the development and the introduction of the bank risk management technologies in the Bank of Russia, including international experience. Let me introduce my colleagues and the panelists there who would be the speakers for today. Here in the studios today we have Maxim Kondratenko, member of the board and head of the risk management department of VTB Bank, and online with us is Dirk Hollander, senior partner of the consulting company of Germany, and Rashid Lassuet, global head of financial engineering and risk at Bloomberg. And for a start, perhaps I should recall here, and it's a good moment for that today, is to recall more or less the decision taken by the Basel Committee in November of last year to put a hard stop, as it was mentioned in the press release, a hard stop to any further work on the standards in the Basel standards, in the Basel package, and it's the end of more or less a 10-year effort to improve the banking regulation and the banking system across the world. And perhaps here I would take some philosophical view of the situation, and maybe we can show some slides there as well. If we recall the categories of philosophy in dialectics, one of those categories is the category of development, which is described as a spiral. If you take Hegel dialectics, it has 3 stages. Any development goes through those 3 stages of development upwards. You start with a thesis which develops and matures. It comes to negation, and then it comes to your self-negation to give birth to another thesis, which may be close to the original one, but will be different in terms of quality or the understanding. And now, if you take the same dialectical approach to the development of bank regulation, perhaps you can see the next slide, we see a very interesting picture of the development of regulatory thinking and its implementation standards. In the 80s of last year, we saw Basel I, which was based on the ideas of standards of regulation and a universal approach to all banks. This was unanimously supported back then, and it actually kept going until the mid-90s. The negation was more or less moving to internal models by banks for those models to be recognized for regulatory purposes, especially for the capital adequacy ratios purposes. It all continued until about the noughties and culminated in the adoption of Basel II and the capital adequacy ratios, which was the peak of the thinking, regulatory thinking back then. The global financial crisis more or less disrupted this movement and gave birth, as a reaction, to counter-cyclical regulation, which was focused on more or less covering those gaps that were revealed during the crisis as fast as possible. And we know that from Basel III, which was adopted in the first few years after the end of the global financial crisis. Then, of course, we took a sober look at what was going on, and some people call it Basel 3.5 or even Basel IV, and you can characterize this stage as the use of internal models, but more or less standardized and unified, and with some limited capacity of the banks to use their own judgment and internal assessments to regulate and to calculate their capital adequacy ratios. Looking at this spiral or tree, you might ask yourself a question: what is going to be the next stage of global regulation effort? If we follow this dialectical model, maybe our speakers today would be able to identify those future trends in modern regulation, bank regulation, maybe nationally or internationally, and project those trends into the future, so that my colleagues who are online with us to be able to participate, I'm talking about the audience, to participate in our session. I would offer a very short survey or poll, if you like. Maybe you can vote for those questions that we would summarize the outcome of that voting in the end of our session. The question is, what would be the key challenge for the Russian banks in the area of regulation in the coming few years? Several options there. Maybe the full implementation of Basel III in Russia, limiting the risk concentration, or maybe it would be the risk of non-core assets, or maybe those would be the climate change risks. By the way, we had just a heavy thunderstorm in Moscow today. That might be another risk. Or maybe those are the operational risks, because they are now reaching a new level of regulatory focus and attention. Please, colleagues, do vote for the options provided to you. But let me open the discussion today with a question to Derek, as an expert in international regulation, as to a person who has been engaged in such discussions and some contemplations for many years now. Now, if we take the Basel III standards, which was approved by the Basel Committee for Banking Supervision a few years back, but it is far from being implemented, even in the countries who are members to the Basel Committee. But it is clear now that the future agenda of regulators already changed a lot. We do witness an international crisis of the pandemic. It's rather a natural risk that we are facing today, and we are trying to quench this crisis with a lot of injections of money and liquidity in many countries of the world. And then traditional bank risks like liquidity risk or credit risk, and to a lesser extent also market risks, are less pronounced, I would say, for the major banks and their clients, because they are distracted otherwise. I wonder if regulation that was created in the last 10 years with the effort of the whole global banking community under the leadership of the Basel Committee and the Financial Stability Board of the G20, do you think this is not relevant anymore? Or maybe it was already limiting significantly the global development of banks. So it is rather a nuisance than an incentive. But do you think that the new risks that we have faced in recent times, like cybercrime or the pandemic or climate change, do you think they would be dominating on the agenda of bank regulators?
Yeah, thank you for that question. A very broad but a very important one, likewise. And let me share a couple of thoughts. And I think you were driving a bit at, and there is a discussion in Western countries as well, whether or not Basel the mission has been accomplished or not. So sort of, as you put it, a nuisance or a bug or a feature. Maybe to the question, what has been accomplished? Just think back about a year's time ago. In April 2020, there was a massive liquidity shortage. And we were running on the brink of sort of being illiquid here. And like in the following month, we had massive market fluctuations and market prices and ensuing market risk. And now we're having credit risk on the rise again as such. And if I look at that and would think of this situation with the pandemic happening in 2006, 2007, with all the massive changes that have been happening there, then probably the banks would have been hit at a very vulnerable spot. I mean, what has been achieved in the past 10, 12 years? Balance sheets have become more robust. Capital buffers have been increased. So the fact that at the very least the Western European banks went and sailed through the crisis was also a bit of a function of them being sort of creating a bit of a fortress balance sheet and a very good capital situation. So in one way, a mission has been accomplished by Basel 2, 3, and 4, if you like, by making the banking sector more resilient. But you're absolutely right. Putting more security and safety nets into the banking sector costs money. So the productivity of the European banking sector is way below the US, American peers, way below Russian banks. So it costs a lot of money. It makes managing a bank super complex because you're running in a constraint box as such, and you feel sometimes to being a bit patronized by regulators in the sense of very technical, very complex ratios that have to be ticked the boxes all over on sort of old time risks as such, and not so much looking into what could happen in the future. So what do I think is, have we become a bit too super technical and a bit too much focusing on Pillar 1 in the Basel requirements? Yes, indeed we have. Have we lost a bit over that process of, I tend to call it good housekeeping, hygiene factors. I mean, we had to clean up the banking sector in 2006, 2007. That there was a problem that has happened. Is that sufficient now for the future to deal with all the types of risks that you were mentioning, Alexei, like cyber risk, fraud is a big problem, the whole ESG topic and what have you? Certainly not. That will not be sufficient. Maybe it would be good if we now would be focusing a bit away from the backward-looking box-ticking exercise of the Pillar 1 type of regulation type of things, and more focus on what was originally thought about in your ICAP, ILAP, Pillar 2 type of regulatory incentives, making sure that you take into consideration what is kind of putting your business model or your operating model at risk. And that would be nothing but sort of dealing with these types of sort of, call it volatilities that we are seeing today. Would that be important? Yes, and it's getting even more important by the day. I mean, before we were put online, Rashid and I were talking about the latest disasters that we saw, Greensill, Wirecard, and what have you, all these type of things would have never been captured by a simple sort of another constraint box, but it means simply that we as an call it as an industry, but regulators and bankers alike need to be sort of taking a step back, become maybe a less technical about Pillar 1 type of topics, and shift the focus towards forward-looking, call it scenarios, call it discussions as such. So yes, indeed, and I think everybody's realizing that in the light of all the accidents that have been happening. And to your second question, do we think that the avalanche of Pillar 1 regulation is more or less over, the peak has reached, and will there be now other regulations coming up? We see a lot of papers all about the type of risks that you mentioned. So there is indeed lots of discussions happening. However, what we think is it's not going to be as it was in sort of after the great financial crisis, that there will be calculation after calculation after calculation, or KPI coming in, but rather, or hopefully, a bit more a comprehensive approach towards taking these type of things into consideration, and sort of the Pillar 2 framework would give a perfect opportunity or vehicle to do so. But indeed, we do see the banking regulatory bodies moving towards non-financial risk management, and you've mentioned them all. Add to it, in particular in the UK, conduct risk and what have you. So there's definitely a shift in focus. Does it mean it was useless what we did in the past? No, it was hygiene factor, good housekeeping, but it's not sufficient. It needs to be further developed. So maybe a few thoughts from my side on that one.
Спасибо большое, Дирк. Из того, что я вам услышал.
Well, thank you, Dirk. From what I heard, the challenges that are of global nature, I would say, indeed are relevant to all of us, and those are further complicated by also the challenges that the European banking sector is facing, which by the year 2027 will have to go through some housekeeping and cleaning to get ready to a new era, I would say, where the key role would be played by some scenario-based analysis rather than looking backwards. And of course, non-financial risks will be managed in this way. Maxim, in your opinion, as a practicing banker and risk manager in the second largest Russian banking group, what do you think about all of this? Well, summing up what Basel III provided us with and looking forward, indeed it's a good question to discuss and an interesting one to think about the future, but also to look back at the foundations that we laid down in the past so that we could be confident in our future. Well, all those risks, climate change, the pandemic, cybercrime, they are, of course, more prominent and do impact our economies and the financial system. However, does this mean that in bank regulation we need to change something? I think yes. Does this mean that such changes should be fundamental in their nature? I don't think so. The thing is that risk management requires a very well-balanced approach. We do appreciate some relevant trends and some, hypes there, but you cannot forget about the minimum standards. Operational risks, market risks are all those fundamentals that cannot be left without any systematic or professional attention, because otherwise you are facing some catastrophic implications, and the very institution that you are trying to supervise and regulate would disappear then if it is in breach of those requirements. Of course, all those new and novel factors that we discussed, I don't know, the climate change, cybercrime, the pandemic, of course they should be taken into account by the banks as part of their traditional risk management practices. For example, getting protected against cybercrime. It is very much in line with the operational risk management practices, in particular the managing your IT risks. And of course, you do spend some money and capital on the protection against such risks. But take the pandemic, for example. Undoubtedly, this is a situation of stress. This is a very new situation. However, I do not think that such a scenario of the pandemic has ever been contemplated by the banks in their stress testing scenarios. But using these stress testing scenarios to ensure the continuity of business, like PCP, for example, of course, they are projecting a higher impact on the balance sheet of banks, and they are testing against a higher impact against the loan portfolio of the banks and the bank's borrowers. And what would be that impact on them? And of course, the idea behind stress testing is that going through such a stress tests, banks should have enough capital to withstand, to protect the interests of the depositors and other stakeholders.
Что в результате вот этой практики обогащенной безусловно
experience of the pandemic may enrich the banks with some new ideas about stress testing. But the process of stress testing is also very important, and even more important, I think, because the system of stress testing is used by the banks to plan and target the capital basis, and more or less provides the overall resilience to the banking system, rather than any focused regulation when you only plan to try to regulate the implications of the pandemic. Other risks, say the climate changes and the climate risks, especially if you think about any restrictions that might be imposed on the so-called brown economies compared to the green economies. Those, of course, need to be taken into account when you are assessing the business models of the borrowers from those brown economies or brown sectors. But of course, it is, we always had in mind the possibility of new disruptive technologies to emerge that would make sectors to go away, or natural disasters or sanctions. All those were in the back of our minds when we more or less developed our stress testing scenarios, or when we tried to manage the key risks of our banks. On the other hand, however,
вот это сейчас представляется действительно очень полезно, и
it is quite useful today to analyze and to manage traditional risks through the prism of this conceptual triad, the perimeter, the counter, the ESG risks, and the cybercrime risks. So this is more or less like your cognitive framework that would help you not to lose or to miss any new sources of risks, but also would help you demonstrate new and sometimes not evident correlations between the risks. It would be useful, for example, to manage credit risks through the credit process contour or perimeter, that is, through your operational risks attitude. Same can be said about the other elements of the triad. Say, ESG is a good example of how various risks interact: operational risks, reputational risks, and credit risks.
Когда рассматриваются в рамках
and when you take them within the ESG framework, then of course your analysis is much more granular. Now, regarding Basel III, of course, the current requirements of that standard are focused on managing key financial risks, but those also serve as the basis to implement those counter-cyclical policies and measures that we are using today during the pandemic. And thanks to the Bank of Russia,
наша страна, она, по сути, здесь впереди планеты.
This country is perhaps leading in some aspects, and we, thanks to such regulation, thanks to the fact that the regulation was adjusted quite early, we were able to more or less upgrade to Basel III even ahead of some of our European colleagues, and that is the opportunity provided by the Bank of Russia, and that opportunity is open to us since 2020, although in Europe the expected deadline of such transition is 2023. So we do have the framework, the basis in place now, the fundamentals in place, and banks now are able, through risk management, through their better efficiency at risk management, through their internal systems create some competitive advantages to their institutions, depending on the maturity of their risk management techniques. Thank you, Maxim. And to me, as to a risk manager with 20 years of experience, it's comes as a pleasant surprise that we are going to take the traditional risks in mind as well and take into account, but we would not have this gap between the traditional practices and the new practices. We don't expect that. Thank you for your complimenting and for praising our work. Thank you very much.
Well, but that's true. Rashid, you're a financial engineer with a great track record and with a lot of background internationally. What do you see in this turn of a century, so to speak, moving from the post-crisis regulation of 2008 into a new reality that could be drastically new, or maybe it's something familiar, but with a new twist? You, as someone who represents the company with the right tools, how does it look like to you?
So first, I think the one thing that is important to recognize is the fact that all of the regulation we had that came out of the global financial crisis has been a massive step towards the right direction. We addressed a number of things. The regulators addressed a number of problems that were there around transparency, typically transparency for derivatives. The ability to see transaction being public and being made public to regulators, to see accumulation of position, concentration of risk. All the specific work done around the establishment of standard approaches across the board, which are all sensitivity based. Typically the SIM, the ISDA SIM for the initial margin, the FRTB standard approach, the SSECR for the counterparty risk, and one has to see the opportunity that at least the delay that the pandemic provided as an opportunity for the banks to take a bit more time to get ready for the implementation of FRTB as such, and make sure that they could reprioritize resources where it was necessary. One thing that also is important is you could see that there is a great benefit in trying to standardize things. Typically now we have a set of standard ways to describe sensitivities, which are those CRIF files. CRIF, which is the ISDA format that is also going to be used for not only for the initial margin, but for FRTB and for the SSECR, which makes now numbers comparable across banks, because the way the standards are designed is very restrictive, okay, and extremely well balanced. One thing that is important to look into is how, okay, remember the FRTB model is a capital model, okay, and it is not a volatility model. And what we could see is that after the introduction of the stress VaR in 2008, 2007, and FRTB now moving into stress expected shortfall for internal models, and the standardized approach will be used as a floor to the capital binding calculation. We have done that without any volatility model at all. And the interesting part is, if you look at the massive bout of volatility we've seen in the market in March, April, you can also see that the standard approach type of model, typically the SIM model, did work pretty well. So there was no, so the model, which had a bunch of sensitivities to compute against it for volatility risk, for rate risk, and for a number of other risks, held pretty well. So when now looking at the new financial risk, okay, this is the way we see it is it's an add-on to an already strong framework but this is changing the way we should all look at risk, and in the concept of managing risk and not measuring risk only. Okay, and we could see with the pandemic, with the COVID, that was one of those black swans, unexpected. The last time we had one of that nature was 100 years ago. So it's kind of very simple for people to forget that things that happened a long time ago cannot really happen back, okay? But the reality, and we got a very good wake-up call for that, is that we do not assess, or we do not really have an active view or an active management or an active supervision of those risks, okay? We don't have models today that are running which looks at the next pandemic or the next time a virus is going to come out and see how it could translate, how it could become either a localized problem, which is less of a problem, or if it has chances to become a global pandemic. And this is the same when we look at climate risk and cyber risk. It's the kind of risks that are not always on the radar, at least not as much as when we look at risk management, you know, for market risk, for credit risk, and for the likes, but that have massive consequences. Look at climate risk; it's a good example. And you look at what happened with recently. We had the Miami building that collapsed. Yeah, rising sea levels is a clear risk factor that has been known from meteorologists that can affect Miami as a city. And interestingly enough, when you look at some research paper from academics looked at buildings, looking at satellite images that would be basically sinking in the ground, and they found a few years ago that this same building that collapsed was basically sinking in the ground 2 millimeters per year. Okay. So there was signs, okay, and we don't look at those signs. So when you start looking at this, you have physical risk, which the banks are also subject to, and you have investment risk, which is also another part of the risk that the banks are subject to. And the difficulty now with this new risk is you're going to need to find a unifying framework that looks at tools that are not always in our toolkit. Typically, now you need to look at how you translate climate events, typically into macro and micro level portfolios. So macro risk and micro level portfolios, or how it basically goes down to the physical assets. Because banks have also real estate businesses, they have corporate businesses, and we all know that basically anything that will affect companies due to climate risk will translate into credit risk. Mm-hmm. So there is a complete interesting new framework now, and Dirk mentioned it earlier, that you need to look beyond just the traditional way we had to measure risk. And I think if you do not do that, we're going to have more of these problems, and we're going to be less prepared for handling them.
Thank you so much, Rashid. Now, these are some really insightful hints into what we're seeing today. Yes, non-financial risks are on the front burner. Some of these risks used to be considered to be exotic, but they could lead to the volatility, and there are new models and the old models to dampen the risk for the banks still work, and it's good. But yes, definitely there are black swans, and it's really good that we could work together to predict those black swans using the very subtle signals. And if we can do that, that black swan will not be a black swan anymore. Now let's go to the global issues that affect our banks. Russian banks traditionally used to get net interest income as the main source of their business, because the level of interest rates used to be always higher than in the West. And there is high concentration of loans to several industries and to some major corporates. And this is why diversification of the credit risk would naturally lead to lower net interest income. That's an inevitable factor why these banks are now engaged in tough competition for a non-interest income. That's a new trend for the Russian market, and some of the major national financial institutions have built big ecosystems around them. And the larger exposures limit by Basel could push these banks to maximize non-interest income, including from non-bank activities. And I've got a question to Maxime. Out of these two risks, the concentration risk and the mix of new risks that the banks assume as they tread into unknown terrain, into uncharted waters, which of them would be the bigger risk? And if it's hard for you to make the choice, how can we regulate both? Or maybe we should focus on either of them.
Давайте, наверное, для широкой аудитории.
Well, for a large audience, I need to clarify something.
Базельского
So what about this Basel regulation
связанного с лимитом концентрации?
related to concentration limit?
По сути, это регулирование, которое
These larger exposures limit. Again, that would help you to lower concentration in the credit portfolio of the banks. That's a 25% cap.
Банка 15% для глобальной системы.
15% for systemically important banks.
И кроме того,
And
требования о
there is also a requirement on
отчетности в адрес
more disclosure submitted to the regulator if your exposure, total exposure, is more than 10%,
и отчетность по 20
and reporting on across 20 biggest borrowers, regardless of the amounts, regardless of the exposure. Again, that would set the rules for the groups of borrowers and the rules to calculate the credit risk. I think for a majority of our colleagues, for risk managers, it sounds really familiar. That's been introduced in practice here in Russia for many years now, and many other countries around the world. So there's little new, I would say. And these restrictions could hardly be a reason for an increasing trend in the banking sector to go into adjacent non-banking services and products that are provided to the customers. As for the non-banking business for the banks themselves, then regulators have to respond to these changes, and some sizable parts of the assets will be made into investments, will be shaped into as investments into adjacent industries. Yes, we often heard about this notion, immobilized assets, but I think this is not the right language. This is inappropriate to use this term. It's not just non-core, it's not only non-core assets that the banks could end up with. You know, this could be real estate that they could get as collateral that they had to sell, or that was handed over to them after a default on the loan. So these assets help the banks to provide a more comprehensive, more high-quality service, increasing loyalty, increasing their base, increasing the rate of return, and improving the resilience of their capital. So I don't want to challenge the idea overall, the idea that we need to regulate these transactions. Sure, we must do that. It is important, but nevertheless, these restrictions must take into account the efficacy of these provisions and should not constrain the banks in shaping the right customer journey. It's a very tough job for the regulator, and they need to rely on the best practices, but there's not that many best practices. Now, a good solution could be dialogue as part of ICAP.
Например, ВТБ в рамках ВПОТК уже выделяет.
VTB, as part of its ICAP procedures, has identified certain risks: the real estate risk, the risk of investments in the capital of non-consolidated companies, and the risks related to the reliability of IT chains, and the step-in risk. The step-in risk where we'd have to, step in and help bail out our vendors or our partners. So I guess this is a good case study for the internal risk-based system. Thank you, Maxim. We'll definitely take into account your advice. We'll try to look at these risks through Pillar 2, what's known as SRAP in the West. So, Dirk, what's your view on Russian banks? You worked in Russia a lot. You know about the issues of small banks and big banks. Over to you.
Yeah, thank you. And you saw me smiling and nodding to to all of Maxim's comments. I've seen you agreeing. Maybe I can answer your question in two steps. I'll give you some very quick introductory thoughts on what is happening or what has happened with regards to this adjacent services in the banking industry in the West and where we're standing there, and then what my thoughts on Russia would be. I mean, we see a very comparable situation in Europe as well, right? Banks don't earn enough net interest income, even worse than in Russia, given the low yield scenario. And what happened was basically, first and foremost, they tried to boost fees and commissions, first within the banking, so in order to prop up private banking or wealth management, what have you. And then banks moved over to offer near banking services that were somehow related to sort of your core banking activities, be it mortgages or what have you, be it then purveying services or even real estate objects. That has always been in Europe additional to the banking services. Always the core was the banking and then sort of some satellite offers around. As far as I know, there is no major European bank that has turned it upside on its head, saying, okay, let's be a true conglomerate like the conglomerate of the 80s or 70s, where all the different bits and pieces are more or less of a similar nature in terms of size and riskiness. So it's been always a core satellite approach in Western Europe. And even if you look at it, how the development currently goes, it's coming from the other side. You find more and more industrial firms like the big car makers or what have you, establishing banking branches to get, for instance, cheaper funding and what have you. So what's important, and that's what I'm trying to say, is not only in Russia, but always and in every country, Western Europe, the US as well, we believe, or I believe, that it's regulators and bank managers have to look at the overall riskiness of the position. There is not the one risk that should be put in focus and the other risk that maybe can be disregarded, because as we all know, the sort of money flows where there is least restriction. So in that way, then there always needs to be a balanced approach to it. I fully agree with Maxime with regards to concentration risk. There is a lot of regulation out there already. And if banks can manage around that in their own sort of remit, maybe that could also be an indication that the business or the operating model is not super efficiently put up, and maybe instead of trying to sidestep into other industries, or if you remember the early 2000 years, there was a way when some universal banks, they sidestepped their profitability issues by going into prop trading. And of course, we all know how that ended up. So maybe it makes sense if these original type of things are becoming a problem to look into one's business model. But maybe now to Russia. Yes, indeed, concentration and contagion risks are definitely major concerns to Russian banks, not only to Russian banks, also to Western European banks, but to a larger extent to Russia. And of course, it needs to be managed. I think most of the sort of rules and regulations are in place there. There's always room for improvement, in particular when we talk about contagion risks, sort of when one entity sort of influences the other one that is not exactly captured in the concentration risk measures. But apart from that, it's fairly fair and square. What I really wonder is when I sort of listen to the conversation and what has been published about, or the whole ecosystem discussion, is whether banks should move into like different types of business that is not to their core anymore, in order to mitigate these profitability dips that have been sort of talked about, and or whether it should be even forbidden by regulators, saying sort of there is a negative list of things that banks should not be doing. And I always come to the conclusion that in general, corporations, and that includes banks, should always be able to engage in those entrepreneurial activities in a free society that they think are beneficial to their shareholders and stakeholders, as long as they are legal and legitimate. But given, and now I'm coming to the question of regulation, given that many banks are also taking depositors' money, and there is a large information asymmetry to sort of your retail depositor, whether or not he knows the riskiness of the bank. So there is an instantaneous, I think, mandate task for the regulator to make sure that those additional put on the balance sheet type of risks are handled in a proper and adequate way. That should not be sort of castigized in the sense of being bad, but it should be handled properly. And it might be included in Pillar 1 type of RWA weights, but I'm absolutely with what Maxime was saying. This is a perfect example where and how the Pillar 2 framework could be used to sort of incorporate these type of risks as well, because it is, of course, a different type of risk profile if you're running sort of a Netflix, a cab company, or an ice cream shop, as compared to running a balance sheet and credit risk. So it needs to be fully incorporated in Pillar 2, maybe some backstops in Pillar 1, we believe. But it should definitely be both types of risk, concentration and contagion risk on the one hand side, and sort of the ecosystem type of risk on the other hand side need to be part of the overall risk governance framework internally, but also externally by regulators. Can I say whether concentration risk is more important than the ecosystem risk? Difficult to say, because it definitely varies from bank to bank, and that's once again is an indication that it needs to be taken into consideration. What is the individual bank's capital situation, balance sheet robustness, and where are they going towards to in terms of where their core banking business is vis-a-vis their strategic plans. So cannot really say whether the one or the other one is more important. I would say they are both important. They both need to be managed. And therefore, one thing is certain: both must be looked at in parallel. And as I said, Pillar 2 would be probably a good vehicle to use it, and with Pillar 1 being a backstop. But there is, and we have found that in Western Europe, and I don't know whether it would translate into the Russian market. And maybe one word of caution here when it comes to sort of enlarging the remit of banking activities. Bankers are super good balance sheet managers. They are super good credit risk managers. They are dealing in maturities, long versus short, what have you, liquidity and interest rate risk. And they've been doing that for almost centuries, if not decades. Regulators are also very well in tune with these type of risks and know how to handle them. And we are getting to terms with the new quote unquote non-financial risks as such. If banks once again invest into completely different risk profiles, then it needs to be made sure that both the banks as well as the regulators will be able to manage it and get a viewpoint on whether or not this is excessive risk or whether it's acceptable, in order to kind of calibrate this trade-off between sort of the stakeholders on the one hand side and the shareholders on the other hand side. I mean, this is not an old not a new discussion or problem. I mean, what we are talking about here is a discussion that we've seen in the industrial world for ever since it was sort of coming to fruition. It's the old discussion between complexity and diversification on the one hand side, or being set on sort of what you call your core competencies and lesser complexity on the other hand side. And I think it always needs to be balanced. And the trick question is, whether or not the individual participants are able to do so. If yes, then there is no reason to go into that direction. If no, if neither the bankers nor the regulators are able or willing to sort of observe and also control these type of risks that are coming from it, then maybe it would be a good discussion to think about banks just quote unquote providing finance and taking then obviously or swallow then the stick of lower profitability. But at the end of the day, it's a trade-off, it's a balance, it's a discussion. I think the worst would be to say there is only one risk that is important and the other is not being governed at all. So yep, both need to be looked at and both can be looked at. I wouldn't be overly negative or pessimistic there, given the forward-looking view that also Maxime was outlining, putting it into your SREP, ILAP, ICAP type of things. It's how it has been done in the past, and I think it could work for the future too.
Well, from what Maxime said, and thank you, Dirk, the banks have long been managing these risks. They have introduced their ICAP systems and similar approach. And tightening regulation, which could happen, will not have any dramatic impact. As we sometimes see on the part of the regulator, we don't have any time left. Just a couple of seconds to look at the poll results. Could you please bring them up on the screen so that we know the opinion of the audience? So you can see, far ahead are the risks related to non-core assets. Then you have concentration risks and the credit portfolio. And third come operational risks. And as we said, they include the new phenomena like cyber crimes, IT security. That's it. That's the triad risks that we'll have to deal with together with the banks, with their support, and with the support of the industry, including consultants and the risk management systems on both ends, both in the supervision and in regulation. I'd like to thank the panelists today for their insights. Thank you for sharing your views. Thank you for finding the time to join our debate and share your suggestions with the Russian audience. We, the banking community here in Russia, thank you so much once again, and we wish you all success in fighting the risks, in managing the risks, and stay safe in these difficult times.
Добрый день.
Good afternoon. I welcome all those who are watching us live.
И сегодня у нас
And today we have an exciting and very important topic,
стресс-тестирования. И для начала я хотела
regulatory stress testing,
свое видение и свое отношение к этому
supervisory test testing. And I'd like to say what I mean by it. First of all,
очень важным и существенным дополнением к уже
it's a major tool in addition
инструментам,
to
и оно дает
the regulatory instruments, and it gives an opportunity to the regulator, to the supervisor, to have a deep understanding of the ability of the banks to survive during crises.
Вы знаете, мне в голову пришла пословица, русская пословица «Готовься, а не с лета», и если применять к надзорному
like getting ready for something well in advance.
готовьте антикризис.
So we need to have anti-crisis plans long before a crisis is here, and use an efficient tool of supervisory stress testing.
Банк России проводит надзорное стресс-тестирование уже не
The Bank of Russia has been doing stress testing for more than a year. We've been using this exercise exclusively in research purposes, and today I'd like to talk about whether it's possible to use the outcomes of regulatory stress testing in practice, in a hands-on way. This year, we launched stress testing using bottom-up tests. We've done it over a couple of years. We've now received answers from top 30 banks. And the summer is ahead of us, so we'll spend this time on discussing it with the banks, and in September we will publish a detailed report. It will feature stylized results. So far, we're not ready to disclose these results on each of the market participants. Now I'd like you to bring up the slide on the screen to show the evolution of using supervisory stress testing here in Russia. Since 2015, we've introduced this requirement concerning ICAP, and stress testing is an important element of this process. In 2018, introduced measures for systemically important banks. They need to come up with financial recovery plans. And stress testing is a major component of this process. They've been using a very high-stress scenario. And since 2016, for research purposes, we've been running stress tests involving banks. Over this time, we've used different banks for this exercise. And today, let's talk of how we can move from just using it for research to use it for practical purposes. And we've invited our distinguished speakers who are participants of regulatory supervisory stress testing. We have two representatives of major banks, Jangir Jangirov, Senior Vice President, Head of Risks at Sberbank, at Sber, and Andrei Guletsky, Head of Risk at Alfa Bank. And international experience is important for us too. So this is why today we have two representatives from the EU and the US. They have hands-on experience in using supervisory stress testing. Borhard Ekes from PricewaterhouseCoopers in Germany, and Till Schurman, senior partner at Oliver Wyman in the US. And before we go to our debate, actually, I would like to run the first poll for our audience.
И звучит он следующим образом. Как вы оцениваете готовность Банка России будет использовать надзорные стресс-тесты банковского надзора?
When the central bank will start using supervisory stress testing in earnest, not just for research purposes. So the first question goes to the person who is currently in the room, that's the representatives of the banking sector. So 2020 was a difficult year for everyone. 2020 will be etched in our memory forever. Well, I thought it was supposed to bring luck, good luck to all of us, but it brought trials and tribulations to all of us. And we as a regulator have come to a conclusion not to add any extra burden to you, to ease your life, and we didn't use supervisory stress testing, but we did it on our own. And it was indeed very useful to understand how the banking sector could fare in a crisis situation, how individual banks would fare in a crisis situation. So how did you use stress testing during the crisis to manage these processes at the bank? Jangir, let's start with you.
Да, спасибо за вопрос, Ольга Васильевна. Ну, пожалуй, прошлый год был звездный.
Thank you for this question. Last year was the prime time for scenario analysis and for stress testing in particular. All of the investment that were done by all the other banks in this have proven that it was worthy. Actually, if you don't have these toolkit, you don't have the foundation for risk management. What is risk management? Risk management is protection of the organization, I mean bank or any other company, protection from the maximum range of scenarios. As you said, we need to be ready for everything in advance. Yes, you take decision today on what you will do if these scenarios materialize going forward. So you either avoid, you prevent, or you should do something. And those companies that had that cool toolkit, they were on the winning side, on the winning end. I consulted my colleagues how many scenarios we ran last year. It was more than 20. I thought it was about 20, but it turned out it was more than 20 scenarios, and it all started in February 2020, when we saw what was happening with COVID-19 around the world. I think you only had 2 cases in Russia, so the pandemic didn't really reach us in full. So in February we started doing our first stress test. And then we refined our analysis, we fine-tuned it, and last year we faced 2 main challenges, groundbreaking challenges. First, we had to invent all these scenarios ourselves. So it's usually a microeconomic stress test, like oil price, and that's it. Or GDP decline, something related to macroeconomics usually. So last year we had to come up with our own scenarios of how the pandemic would evolve, what kind of lockdowns we would have, what central banks would do, what governments would do. We had to invent them ourselves. So it was quite a creative job. And the second big challenge was to define the time horizon. I usually have 1 month or something like this, but sometimes you only had a week. The shortest stress test was 1.5 days. So we started doing it on Friday in the afternoon, and we had the right outcomes, the necessary outcomes in late Saturday. So it was quite a creative exercise, although a difficult one. And we also had several stress tests, and the second group was ESG, transport or carbon regulation. It was an important scenario because it would apply to Russia in a heavy way. And second, related to the energy, that's sustainable development scenario of how it will impact the Russian economy and on our credit portfolio.
And
we're continuing this work at the moment.
Международное энергетическое агентство выпустило новый сценарий Net Zero 2050.
And so there's Net Zero 2050 scenario.
Принципиально новый. Здесь тоже, на самом деле, приходится выдумывать, придумывать, потому что...
And we have to, invent a lot by ourselves, because there is no universal scenario of how the world would evolve by 2050. So we have to think of where it will go ourselves. Thank you, Jahangir. It's great to use this tool. It's great to have this tool. It would be a mistake not to use it. And the fact that you had run scenarios for more than 20 times, well, I'm sure you had it. And the regulator spared you. He didn't have 21, the 21st test. Over to you, Andrei.
Ну, у нас в чем-то... Я не берусь сказать, сколько сценариев мы прогнозируем.
Well, I can't give you an exact figure. I think it's slower than 20. And we really appreciate that the central bank didn't add any new scenarios.
Наш подход был принципиально.
We had plenty, on our plate. But we had a different approach. The first thing we started off, the first concern we had when the crisis hit us was liquidity.
С чем мы изучали, это как могут себя повести, соответственно, корпорации.
How would corporates and individuals behave in terms of their cash, whether they would withdraw or keep it. And the bank has always been more conservative than the central bank, actually. And we ran several scenarios, and
часть нашего риск-аппетита применительно к стрессовой ликвидности.
We actually run some stress tests for our liquidity.
Ну, с ликвидностью все должно быть нормально. Следующее, чем мы занялись...
Now, we made sure that everything would be fine with liquidity. Then business continuity.
Стресс-тестирование, то есть мы поняли...
It's also a major part of stress testing. We realized that the bank would be liquid. And the next thing we did was to make sure that the bank would be able to continue running smoothly. And so we had several scenarios of business continuity, business different functions, so that we wouldn't have more than 50% of our staff critically ill. We realized that we could still do something remotely.
Мы, наверное, не были так сильно готовы.
And we were not really that good prepared, not really that well prepared, because to a certain extent we only responded in a reactive way. We didn't have in our BCP plans the pandemic scenario, and we had to think about it on the fly and to invent this scenario on the fly. So when we realized that the bank could still continue running smoothly, we did this stress test for the credit risk. And we also had to run several scenarios, but it was a kind of a synthetic, a hybrid scenario. Jahangir said they tried to invent some big picture that would be consistent internally. We didn't try to do that. We just ran synthetic scenarios. Let's say
если в 4, если в таком секторе, если в другом.
Let's say that would have to downgrade some loan quality for a lot of borrowers, and we did it several times, and then we realized, okay, the bank would still be resilient. Stress testing for me is always a bird's-eye view, bird's-eye assessment. It means that the management is passive. It doesn't manage newly originated loans, and the regulator would be passive. The regulator doesn't help you. Well, in practice it would all be different, and 2020 proved that the regulator really helped us, and the bank's management was on board. They helped to cut costs. They helped to cut any other costs related to it. Thank you, Andrei. Well, it's hard to imagine a scenario where the regulator would be passive. Well, when you run tests, definitely you need to factor in all of these scenarios, all of the possible failures and disasters. Thank you. And I'd like to ask our experts from abroad. I do remember that supervisory stress testing was a response to the crisis of 2008, and the EU and the US have actively used supervisory stress testing. And my first question is to Burkhard. Burkhard, could you share your experience? What's taking place at the EU? How supervisory stress testing is done? What is the evolution of that process there?
Yeah, thank you very much for the invitation. I'm really delighted to be in this panel. I tried to summarize the actual status of the EU-wide stress tests, including the objective and also the reform discussions we have now in a slide, which hopefully can now be shared with you. The stress test has started in the EU in 2011, and at that time 90 banks have been involved and included in the stress test. And at that time, it was decided to have a threshold. The threshold was 5% of the CET1 ratio, and 8% failed. That means we are below the 5%, and 16 banks between 5 and 6%. And very interestingly, the next stress test, which happened in 2014, the second one has included 123 banks, so even more. And on average, the CET1 ratio have been increased up to 8.5% as a result of the stress test, on average, in comparison to almost 7% in 2011. And then the EU-wide stress test exercise has evolved over time according to the developments of the market and the European regulatory framework. And in particular, the pass-fail approach was overcome in 2016, when the overall progress in banks' financial conditions allowed the focus of regulators to shift from the identification of immediate recapitalization needs to the assessment of potential vulnerabilities. What you see on the slide in 2016, on average, the CET1 ratio drops by 380 basis points to 9.4%, which is higher than in 2014. And in 2018, it was 395 basis points. The CET1 ratio dropped down, and it was 10.1%. Now we are in the actual stress test 2021, which was postponed due to COVID-19 from 2020 to 2021. And the results will be expected by the end of July. So unfortunately, today I cannot tell you what the outcome is. But the plan is to publish all the results of all the banks who are participating. And those banks which are in the samples, the European Banking Authority, there will be a very, very detailed publication, more than 1,000 data points. And those ones which are not included in the EBA stress test, which will be done only by ECB, there's also publication foreseen, which around 10 basis points. It means the one who are under EBA have 100 times more data points, which will be published and available for the impact. In 2021, the methodology remained more or less the same to the years before. The only thing is what has been changed, that they cancel out the mitigation effects of COVID-19 moratorias and state aid. The EBA clearly said, let's take this out. And what is then the realistic view on the banks? Which then leads to staging from stage 1 to stage 2. Now, the objectives of the stress program, always have been identifying risks and vulnerabilities, which clearly was an outcome. It was much easier for ECB and the other competent authorities to identify the risk and the vulnerabilities. It was also has also clearly an impact of strengthen the market discipline, especially for those banks who are using the market, and to demonstrate them how good or how weak they are. The supervisory toolkit was also to assess the bank's resilience challenging capital positions, and especially to determine the Pillar 2 guidance add-on. And then also it was fostering the stress test capabilities regarding the testing, but also the risk management capabilities. And if you then compare what have been the benefits with regards to the drawbacks of the current EBA stress test framework. So the benefits clearly it contributes to improving the EU banking sector's resilience, especially with bottom-up approach, pushing the banks to invest in and improve their risk models and allow supervisors to better understand the mechanics of banks' internal models and projections in relation to their business models and risk profile. That is the bottom-up. The other benefits were that the use of backstops and overrides in form of constraints and supervisory quality assurance, also to ensure comparability amongst the banks. And it was also very positively seen that the stress testing was run simultaneously across a large number of banks against a common baseline and adverse scenarios. And it clearly has increased the transparency across the wide sample of EU banks by disclosing granular information on bank-by-bank basis. But the drawbacks were also clearly seen. There was a lack of clarity and prioritization of the EU-wide stress test objectives, with a number of conflicting objectives. The EU-wide stress test relatively was less integrated in the supervisory process if you compare it to the US or UK. And the lack of integration can be, for example, due to some methodological constraints, such as a static balance sheet assumption, which does not consider management actions, make it difficult to convert the stress test capital depletion into meaningful supervisory capital on, and especially the criticism is very high on these balance sheet assumptions, which requires banks to maintain their balance sheet numbers constant with respect to the reference date for in use 3 years. And the other one was also, as a drawback, the insufficient information on the implications of the stress test for other supervisory decisions. So what is the outcome on that? And it was very resource intensive nature of the exercise for all parties which were involved. And this has led now to a reform of the stress test program, which is still in discussion. A paper has been published last year, and the plan is to finalize this year. And what they are looking at is that they want to do a combination of a bank leg and a supervisory leg. That means the starting point will be a common scenario and also harmonized starting points. And in the bank leg, there will be a less constrained bottom-up approach to the banks. That means banks can remove some constraints and can explain it. And no quality assurance by supervisors, but the basic data checks on starting points, and it will be owned by the banks. And in parallel, there's a supervisory leg, and supervisory leg is a more constrained bottom-up approach and also top-down approach. And the quality assured by the supervisors, and the results are owned by the supervisors. And then the two results will be used in two ways. The bank-led results will be used for transparency and also for market discipline. That means it will be published. And the supervisory leg results will be based for the determination of P2G. And at the end, the publication will be granular disclosures for the banks and limited disclosures for the supervisory leg. That is more or less what is still in discussion, which has not been finally decided. But the reasons are very important, and the aim is very clear: to become more relevant for the markets, to make it even more comparable. The transparency, especially the link between stress test results and the supervisory action, will become more clearer. And also, what is also quite important, the flexibility to identify idiosyncratic risks. For example, the corporate culture, operating strategy, financial politics, and investment strategy as well. All that is now in discussion.
Thank you so much. Very, very extensive overview, very substantive overview of the evolution of stress testing in the European system. It's a very useful one for us. We'll go back to you to discuss the process itself, and you made the right focus. It needs to be effectively established, effectively built. You said that some of the big banks have not passed stress testing. And I know that it applies not just the European system, but the same was in the US. There were some precedents in the US when big banks actually failed. They failed those stress test criteria. And I'd like to ask a question to Till. Could you please share your experience? What was the consequences of the fact that the banks didn't pass the stress test? How did it impact financial stability?
Of course. Thank you. First of all, thank you very much for inviting me to this excellent conference. It really is an honor to be here with you today. So thank you. So I think we've learned already in the discussion that stress testing is primarily an information tool. So you learn about the resiliency of banks to large shocks and to large stresses. This is critical, especially in crisis or, if you will, in financial wartime, when there's a lot of uncertainty about the banks, about the economy, and even about the supervisors or the government of being able to provide support to the banks if it is needed. So if I may, I'm going to just share with you a slide that shows the picture of the U.S. experience. So the U.S. has had about a dozen tests so far since the original one in 2009 during the crisis. It's actually been 13 tests. 2011 was not disclosed, and in 2020 we actually had 2 tests. So if you look on the left, the SCAP, which was the Supervisory Capital Assessment Program in 2009, the original crisis stress test, actually more than half the banks did not pass. I think this is quite an important observation because it showed that there was, in some sense, the willingness to reveal the depth of the problem at the time in the US banking system. There was the advantage of having a large backstop, the TARP program, in case the banks were not able to raise capital on their own. Over time, this regime has evolved quite substantially from including in 2013 with the introduction of qualitative failure. And in fact, we have not seen any quantitative failure since 2014. The idea of qualitative failure is to essentially say, now that we are no longer in a crisis, so if you will, we're in financial peacetime, and the worst is behind us, the financial system is stable. So now the view in the US was we can focus our attention more on the qualitative aspects, risk management capabilities, and so on, and make sure that those are also at a level that is required and expected. For several years, there were qualitative failures almost every year. Since 2017, we have the regional banks were no longer subject to the qualitative assessment, and we haven't really seen any qualitative failures of any kind since 2019. However, that's 10 years after the financial crisis. And it shows that the view, at least by the US authorities, was that capital is not a substitute for poor risk management, that in financial peacetime, once financial stability has been reached, capital is not quite enough. You also need very solid risk management processes. So I think that shows you kind of the richness and the possibilities of what stress testing can bring, both in a crisis and wartime, to restore stability. That's easier to do if there is a financial backstop, which was the European regime system did not have the benefit of in 2011, 2012, and 13 during the sovereign crisis. I hope that is helpful.
Well, thank you very much indeed. It's very useful information. I fully agree with your statement that capital stock would not be a universal saver unless you have good management in a bank, and unless you have a better than average risk management practice in the bank. Now, coming to the point about the processes of organizing and administering stress testing, we already heard that it should be efficient and less costly to the bank, and regulators should also be quite organic and experienced in doing such stress testing. We actually tried to more or less synchronize our stress testing with the bottom-up approach and with the other methods, and so that by the end of the year we would be better prepared to our stress testing, and that's so that you can also take into account our scenarios as well as the other AML-CFT initiatives. John Girandre may be in that same sequence. Can you comment on whether you are able to reach a synergy when you more or less estimate your performance under stress testing with different scenarios? Of course, the toolkit that is used, the models and processes, they are very much similar. The regulator wants us to do stress testing in the probably different focus there. Accentuating some other risks than those seen by the banks themselves. And I think that here we heard that it is important to think about the goal of stress testing. Our goal, or our objective, is to really look for our vulnerabilities and the analysis of such vulnerabilities, and to decide what it can come to. The regulator is taking a broader view, not of an individual bank, but of the system overall, and maybe the regulator sees some other aspects of the whole situation. So stress testing really can be perceived in different ways. However, the toolkits are very much similar. Several things to mention here. Undoubtedly, this is the process. In a situation when you need to come up with scenarios and to apply those scenarios, the bad beginning is for people to start recalling what needs to be done. It's good to have resources allocated, and it's risk management and in marketing, in strategy and finance, etc., etc. We do have some bits and pieces of resources, but they all need to work as a team so that they would know the sequence of action. It's good to have resources already allocated or pre-allocated so that you don't really forget about your strategic tasks and start immediately doing the stress testing. It's good to have some available resources for stress testing there. So now, if stress testing takes a lot of time, this is already an issue of not only procedures and processes, but of the very essence that the bank is doing. If you do have too many manual operations and handling of data, then it is no good. The quality of the outcome would not be then good either. And we did 2 scenarios in sequence last year for stress testing, and actually we took a different view at the very process of stress testing and the way automation may be used and models may be used. When you more or less take 2 scenarios, it is quite different from, taking 20 scenarios within 1 month. And the third point is it is important for all the intermediate results of stress testing to be kept and archived, I would say, so that if there are any proposals and suggestions from the regulator or from somebody else, those should be taken down and if need be, retrieved when the central bank wants to do more frequent stress testing so that those stress tests are comparable. It is important for the banks to submit to you all those intermediate results and analyses. So models, automation, and overall guidance about archiving and documenting all those intermediate results so that they can be retrieved in future. Andrei, well, indeed, here I would take a different view. In our case, stress testing is part of our business planning. It starts sometime in the end of summer and then finishes sometime in November. And the very process of stress testing is actually used to try to understand our risk appetites, our buffers that are needed. So the focus there is not on the continuity of business or liquidity, but rather on capital and risks. And in principle, we are going through a number of scenarios. We are not such a big bank as Sberbank. We do have a more specialized portfolio. But in this sense, of course, we are prepared to support the regulator. If, say, the regulator wants to run through some systemic scenarios, our system is ready, and as part of our annual planning, we would be prepared to, to go through the scenarios that are important and interesting to the regulator. Jahangir also mentioned synergy. We would try to understand what is important to us and what would be important to the regulator in this sense. And of course, these are complementary things. Well, the infrastructure is the same, I would say, and indeed we are taking down all those intermediate results, and we are taking down the notes. Thank you. Indeed, my next question was about the measures and policies that the regulator can use and apply based on the results of stress testing. And the question that we received from the audience was exactly about what I wanted to ask our experts about. And, the question is, the foreign regulators, based on the stress testing results, can punish banks. In Russia, we don't have such a power. Yes, indeed, our Russian regulation does not really provide for the opportunity to apply some sanctions or punishments. But we are thinking about this. We are thinking about this as part of our improvement of stress testing. Perhaps we would come to a point when we would have to really answer this challenge. Now we can take some action, say, for example, a markup on the capital requirements, and when we assess the capital adequacy of banks, and we can introduce more stringent measures and requirements there, and we can also recommend banks not to pay up their dividends when we see that the buffer ratios are breached. And my question is to Till and Burkhard. Can you tell us, we know that in the US and in the European Union there is some practice of taking action on the basis of the results and the outcome of stress testing. Some individual plans in the EU or in England, they are also introducing some stricter requirements for capital adequacy, for example. My question is, what can be applicable for the Russian banking sector, in your opinion? Which way to follow, do you think, in terms of, using some action on the basis of the performance results of stress testing? Burkhard, please, maybe you can go first.
Yeah. I mean, the ECB has decided, and also EBA has decided, when they publish this year's stress test results, 2021, they only will do qualitative measures afterwards. Qualitative, yeah, which means regarding the process, regarding the data quality, those kind of things. And as in the past, they will do a P2G. Yeah, that means a Pillar 2 guidance on that. And the reason why they prefer this, let's say, capital add-on instead of include this in the ICAP is that they are more flexible. Yeah? Which means if a bank, for example, breaches the P2G and is still above the P2R, then there are still some time, let's say, to do actions and to do measures. The other one is also that the ECB wants to have a buffer to the MDA trigger, to the maximum distributable amount one, which was very helpful, especially last year, COVID-19. As you know, the banks have not been, let's say, allowed to pay dividends just to keep the capital, and some banks really breached the P2G. Still above the MDA, which makes them more flexible. And ECB also has decided to keep these reliefs regarding the allowance of breaching the P2G guidance till the end of next year. So that was more or less the reason to have an additional buffer. The P2G will not be published officially, or there is no obligation to publish this. Yeah. So, but the market knows there is an additional buffer. The banks have to fulfill, otherwise the ECB would start. And the other point, which also could be considered, and this really depends on I would say, on the actual CET1 situation of the banks, is to include this in the ICAP. Yeah. And ECB is always saying ICAP informs the P2R, the P2 requirements, yeah. But that means then you have no flexibility because P2R always has to fulfill, no doubt about it, which then could also lead in special circumstances, as we had in COVID-19, to some negative feedback. And please have also in mind, this has at least worked very well in the EU, because if you look at the development or the evolution of the results of the stress test, then you can see from year to year, the negative impact of the stress test has increased. That means the basis points have increased, yeah. But on the other side, the average CET1 ratio after stress tests have also increased, yeah, which is a clear signal that the capital requirements are very good at this level. And then maybe it makes more sense to go for P2G. Yeah. That's so far from my side.
Спасибо, Бурхард. Тиль, пожалуйста.
Thank you.
Thank you, Burkhard.
So the U.S. stress test is a capital planning exercise. If you think about what is one of the biggest differences between wartime and peacetime stress testing, you can think about crisis stress testing, wartime stress testing as how much capital needs to go into a bank. And so then peacetime is, well, how much can we afford to let a bank let capital out of the bank? And in that sense, it always involves a capital planning exercise. And so in the US, ICAP and supervisory stress testing is combined at the same time into one exercise. I think the US regime is the only one that combines those two. Now, this has some advantages and some disadvantages. Some of the advantages are the fact that the simultaneity, the fact that you're doing it at the same time, allows for easier comparison across banks for similar portfolios and similar activities. It leverages and takes advantage of probably the only informational advantage that a supervisor has over the banks, because the banks always know more about their own risks than the supervisor. And that is the ability to compare across banks, which is an ability that the banks do not have. And so it is useful for the supervisor to essentially leverage that advantage. So it allows the supervisor to benchmark bank internal stress testing capabilities, especially the choice and the severity of the scenario with the supervisory view. So you could ask very concretely, is the bank being conservative enough? And it provides useful insight into what the banks collectively and individually view as their important risks, and they may be different from what the supervisor does. But there are also disadvantages to this simultaneity approach, which is that it's a lot of work to do in a very short amount of time. Now, in the US, there have been changes to spread this out over the course of the year, but it's still a lot of work for both the supervisor and the banks to do at the same time. And then secondly, it could result in actually too much influence of the supervisor's view of risks at the expense of the bank's internal views. That is always going to be a tension. And I think it's one of the judgment calls that one has to make, whether to have this simultaneity or not. And it prevents, it's not, I think that the advantages outweigh the disadvantages, but only to some degree.
Thank you, Till. Unfortunately, the time is running short, and I am prompted here that we only have 6 minutes to go. Of course, this is a very, very interesting subject that we can discuss endlessly. Now, before I ask the final question to my colleagues here in the studio, let me also make another question to the audience and to all of us. The question is whether you think it feasible to disclose the results of supervisory stress testing with a breakdown to the individual bank in some future, not right now, but looking forward. Would it be feasible and something that is needed? Jangir, what do you think about this? Do you think it would be a good idea to disclose such individual bank-level supervisory stress testing information? And what do you think if, say, a bank would say no to such an idea? Would it be possible for the bank really to say no? And also, as a form of provocation, would you be in agreement to provide such information of your bank? Well, in Europe and in the US, such disclosure is a fact of life, and I don't think that it should be a problem for the Russian banking system to disclose such granular information. There are two aspects to that. First, or two issues that need to be resolved: comparability of stress testing results and performance, so that Sber, Alpha, and others can be compared, so that they would be using the same basic assumptions. And I think that here we're talking about responsibility of the regulator, because only the central bank can more or less make such comparisons and come up with a big picture. But for that, it takes time, maybe a year or two, so that we can live together within one same framework where you would be able to try to level out the whole stress testing system in Russia. And the second point, which is important for such first publications, is that you really need to communicate this to the market, so that you wouldn't have all those, big headlines like in Europe or in the US, that the largest US banks are losing such and such, the scenarios of probability of such losses, or headlines about that this bank failed to go through stress testing, etc. We want to avoid such, an empty-grounded crisis. But otherwise, we are prepared to do that. It is important, though, that it should be universal. It should be, a level playing field for all. It's not that only some individual banks would agree to that. If all agree, then it's okay. Andrei, I agree in much respect to what Jangir said. I like the idea of Till that stress testing is an informational tool, and indeed the way you use information is very important. Overall, we are supportive of the idea that all systemic banks would publish their information, but the stress testing scenarios should be the same then. And some guidance should be there as to how to do stress testing, so that we can have comparable results. For example, if results are significantly different, we don't want those to be made public, but rather so that such differences can be discussed between the regulator and the creditor, because the creditor may have a more protected position in relation to some other assets, and then if this, and the creditor knows, the lending institution knows about that, but then if this is made public, this may cause some concerns in the market or some turmoil. But we think that such disclosures, given our conservative risk appetite, such an approach can actually be a competitive advantage of sorts in our talks with the rating agencies. Well, thank you very much. The real opinions were coming from two systemic banks of Russia, which have very good capital stocks and buffers, and which have very good quality of risk management culture. And now I would like the tech support to show us the results of our two surveys with two questions. The first question was about the preparedness of the Russian banking sector to use the supervisory stress testing as an active banking supervision tool. And the prevailing question is that banks are prepared by 27%, and they need more time. That is the answer that came from the 72% of the audience. And the second question.
И второй вопрос как раз касался...
Indeed, the second question was about the disclosure of this information by banks. 54% of the audience believes that in the foreseeable future such disclosure would be possible, and 45% say that this is not possible. Well, we shall see what we shall see. But we all, as the result of discussing this very important and interesting topic, realize that we need to do stress testing at least, and that we need to be forward-looking, and we need to really take into account not only any positive scenarios or our dreams, but also think about the lessons learned from the not so positive events that we had in our lives. And I would like to thank our speakers. Thank you very much to all of you for taking part in our today's discussion, and stay healthy. Thank you.